Colleagues, thank you so much for allowing me to take the chair. I've been asked to chair this very brief session because of the accident and the closure of the road that is in Ashburton. Fortunately, I'm local. I saw and able to take some shortcuts. Otherwise, I'll be in the same thing also. So you are all welcome, honorable members, the AG, and I think CLARC would also be welcome. We are going to just briefly get the briefing from the AG, and then we'll have the department, I believe, at 10:30, if I'm not mistaken. Thabo and the team from the legislature also, good morning to you, and all of the colleagues that are here. Good morning. We are going to just go straight to the first item, which is the, you know, legislature. So can we then start? Colleagues, I nearly implicated you. You know that you are my comrades, but you are my colleagues from AG. That's what I wanted to say. But I know Honorable de Klerk and Honorable Dex will not have minded if I said you are comrades. But I meant to say colleagues. You know, but these words are very close to each other, so you'll bear with me. My apologies in that regard. My name is Mthandeni Dlungwane. I'm a member of this committee. I've been asked by the chair to stand on his behalf since he is just caught up in the traffic, but he'll be joining us. Morning to the colleagues from the platform that have joined. We notice also that there are colleagues that have joined. I think even CLARC will be joining at a level of the online, if I'm not mistaken. But otherwise, thank you so much. Can we then go straight to the first item? I don't think at this point in time we'll adopt any agenda because we are still in the briefing level. We'll then do the formalities when we get into the department. I'm not sure who will lead us from your side, at the side of AG. Please bear with me. I haven't been appearing here, but I've been part of the briefing of the sessions before online. Over to you. My apology that I can't introduce you formally, but I'm sure colleagues would know who you are. If you don't mind, you can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, and a very good morning to yourself, and good morning to the honourable members of the Scopa Committee and members on the platform as well. I am Namalungelo Mkhize, the Business Unit Leader in the Office of the Auditor General in KZN. I am accompanied by the Deputy Business Unit Leader, Mrs. Merushavata, and I'm also accompanied by the Senior Manager, who is the Engagement Manager on this particular audit for the Department of Health, Mrs. Erin Sampson, and I'm also accompanied by our Liaison Manager, Ms. Nombulelo Umume. So this is a team that is coming to brief Scopa today. And just as a start, to remind ourselves of our mission and our vision as the Auditor General, why we come and do also these briefing, it is to fulfill our mandate as the Auditor General, being a supreme audit institution, that we do exist to strengthen the country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the work that we do in our auditing, thereby building public confidence. And as part of the work that we do in the engagement that we do with the portfolio committees and all other relevant stakeholders, it's also to ensure that there is always that alignment in sharing our insights and for us to be able to remain relevant as the Auditor General, being the supreme audit institution. I'm going to quickly jump onto the next slide, just as an introduction. It's not going to be slide by slide. Mrs. Sampson is going to take us through the detailed presentation. However, it's also to remind ourselves on this accountability ecosystem of all the key role players in the ecosystem, the importance of the role that is played by particularly the oversight committees in the work of provincial government. We have shared, of course, the outcomes with the department. all the way to the Office of the Premier. The Auditor General herself was with us not so long ago, also sharing the outcomes of the overall departments, of the overall provincial departments or provincial government, including the Department of Health. There were key messages that she shared, particularly around the Department of Health, with the concern that there is a regression, and you will see when we speak to the audit outcomes in a number of areas, and not just on the financial statements, but it's a number of areas, including compliance, and that currently they sit with a qualified audit opinion. So also we looked to the committees insofar as the follow-up on the recommendations that we have shared with the department, in exercising that oversight and ensuring that those recommendations are being implemented so as to improve the audit outcomes, but not only the audit outcomes, but also insofar as the performance is concerned, that then speaks to service delivery and also compliance. As the AG also shared, that the area of compliance is quite important and critical, that it is paid attention to. It has an impact insofar as performance or even service delivery is concerned, but also when we speak to finances in the province and in the department, where there is non-compliances as well, that there is a higher risk insofar as wastage is concerned, or paying more than what you should be paying for the services that you are getting from service providers or contractors and the like. So Erin will take us through the detail. I just wanted to highlight those key points as also shared by the AG when she was with us, and we'd also look to the call to action that we are also going to be asking the committee to assist us with. And I think with that, Erin, if I may hand over to you through your permission, Chair, to then take us through the details of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning to the committee members and all those present here. Thank you so much, Norma, for that introduction. I think I'm just, without further delay, we'll just go through or start on the presentation, starting with the recommendations that were made in the prior year. There were 3 key recommendations that were made in the prior year. Basically, the first one talking to the implementation of action plans to fully address the key findings that were reported in relation to procurement and expenditure management, as well as consequence management being effectively implemented. The second one was in relation to the implementation of daily controls to ensure that they are monitored to improve proper document management and record-keeping systems, specifically in relation to the credibility of information for performance objectives. And the last one in relation to the IT control environment, the enhancement thereof to ensure that the department is increasing the digitization and automation processes within the department. Our overall reflection on these recommendations is that none of these recommendations have been effectively and consistently implemented, which has resulted in the repeat findings in this year, and unfortunately a regression in the audit outcomes as indicated by Norma. So on this slide depicts the overall audit outcomes for the department for the 2025 financial year. As you can see, the overall audit opinion is qualified with findings under predetermined objectives as well as compliance. This is a regression from the 2024 and 2023 financial years in which the department was unqualified with findings in predetermined objectives and compliance. So for financial statements, I think I've already indicated a regression. The financial statements were qualified in 2 areas. We will discuss those further later in the presentation. Excuse me. And then on predetermined objectives, we selected 2 key programs, being district health services as well as provincial health services, these being the key service delivery programs within the department. The conclusions in these programs have remained unchanged over the past 2 years. However, you would have seen an improvement from the 2023 financial year on Program 2, in which we indicated that it was disclaimed. So the department has moved from a position of not being able to provide us with the patient records to substantiate the information in the reported performance information to now just having differences in the presented information. Under compliance, we continue to see numerous areas being impacted under non-compliance. Annual financial statements, you'll see in the current year a regression where we are indicating that there were material misstatements in the financial statements. Expenditure management continues over the past 3 years to be an area of concern in which there are material findings. Asset management in the current year, a regression, and it's linked as well to the qualification item on the financial statements. Strategic planning and performance management, also over the past 3 years, an area of concern linking to the performance information issues. Procurement and contract management continues to be an area of concern, together with consequence management and revenue management. We have not found any material findings under the utilization of conditional grants as well as the transfer of funds. Moving on to financial statements, you will see under financial management controls, intervention is required across all 5 of the key areas under financial management controls. Our key observations is that there were material misstatements noted in asset management, and this was due to incorrect application of the methodology in reclassification of projects, coupled with the ineffective review and reconciliation of source documents and the annual financial statements to ensure accurate and complete recording of these projects. There were also transgressions that were noted in the previous period, which resulted in irregular expenditure that were not disclosed as required. Management also did not perform the necessary determination tests on the irregular expenditure incurred, or the expenditure incurred to determine that these transactions resulted in irregular expenditure. Management was unable to correct these misstatements. So the 2 main qualification areas is immovable tangible capital assets as well as irregular expenditure. These findings were caused by weak internal controls, which relate to the reviews and reconciliations for property, plant, and equipment against supporting documentation, and the lack of internal controls for recording and identifying irregular expenditure in the current year, as well as recording previously identified irregular expenditure incurred. Moving on to performance planning and reporting for service delivery, you will see that there was a significant portion of the performance information where there were findings detected in the ranges of 40 and 45% before audit adjustments as well as after the audit adjustments. They still remained with 40% of the annual performance report with findings. There are still inadequate reviews and reconciliations of the portfolio of evidence against the registers across all facilities within the Department of Health. We did not raise any findings on the planning process within the department. And in terms of reporting, the reported achievements are not always adequately supported and there were differences between the registers on the system that they used to record the data. And this did not always agree to the treatments and the outcomes that we found in the patient files that were made available for audit. These findings are caused by misstatements in the reported, my apologies. These findings are caused by and can be attributed to the lack of validation of the performance data. Specifically, there has been inadequate review of the annual performance report against supporting evidence. And this is essential to ensuring that the reported achievements are valid, accurate, and complete. In addition, the reconciliations between the source data and the reports were insufficient for audit purposes. In terms of achievement of key performance targets, for the two programs, you will note that the department has spent 100% of the budget, with Program 4 spending 101% of their budget, with them achieving between the range of 55 and 57% of their targets across both the programs. The root cause of these underachievements is due to the following factors, and these factors are documented in the annual performance report of the department. These are patient behavior. There are a number of indicators that are underachieved due to treatment fatigue, patients defaulting, pregnancy complications, and patients presenting themselves late for treatment. The material findings on compliance with key legislation, I think I did introduce these in the previous slide. However, you will see there are a number of repeat material findings across the compliance focus areas. In the current year, as I did indicate previously, annual financial statements, material misstatements were submitted, and that's a new material finding in the current year. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure not being prevented. Procurement and contract management, consequence management, as well as expenditure management continue to be key areas where the department is experiencing repeat material findings. Asset management in the current year has escalated to a new material finding as a result of a history of issues in the department in asset management that have materialized in the current year. Revenue management, a repeat finding in terms of collection of debt, and then strategic planning and performance management being the issues in relation to performance information. The key weaknesses that we've identified in procurement and contract management are in relation to uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. These are continuously repeat findings within the department, of which we've identified in terms of our sample testing 27 instances to the value of 281 million rand. There are prohibited awards that continue to be made to employees of the department. Prohibited awards continue to be made to state officials of other departments. We experienced limitations in which awards that we selected for testing, no information was made available, and that was for 4 awards. And other irregular expenditure related to supply chain management that is disclosed in the financial statements as irregular expenditure incurred is 2.33 billion rand. Our reflection on the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure is that there is a continued lack of accountability and consequences in this regard. You will see for irregular expenditure, as I've indicated, that the amount incurred and disclosed in the financial statements for the 2025 financial year is 2.3 billion rand, of which this amount we are indicating may be incomplete. It is a qualified matter on the financial statements. The closing balance that you will find in the annual report currently for irregular expenditure is sitting at 24 billion rand. Unauthorized expenditure in the current year is sitting at 11 million rand, a reduction from the 1.2 billion rand in the prior year. However, this does still continue to be an issue within the department. The closing balance per the annual report is 1.39 billion rand. And then similarly for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there was a slight increase in the current year to 11 million rand. And the closing balance per the annual report is sitting at 9.9 million rand. In terms of irregular expenditure and what has been dealt with, you'll see that none of the historic irregular expenditure has been dealt with in the department. And this is due to poor record keeping for all transactions, as well as a lost committee structure in the department that is not performing as intended. So they are not then doing the determination test as well as investigations to ensure that irregular expenditure is completely disclosed and dealt with within the department. Similarly, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there was some that was written off in the year to the value of 6.3 million rand. However, the majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure sitting at 9.9 million rand has also not been dealt with, and it's also in relation to the loss control committees that are not sitting to perform the adequate determination tests and required investigations. We also performed a few tests in terms of the infrastructure at the department, and we did it across 3 different projects, being the Inkongeni Hospital upgrade, the Sokela Clinic, as well as the Pixley. In Pixley, we did a follow-up. We did do this audit in the prior years, but we did a follow-up in the current year. I'm not going to read through each slide. There is a slide for each facility highlighting the key matters that were found, but they were similar across all 3 projects. So what we found is that across the projects, so basically across these projects, we tested the planning of these projects, the implementation of these projects, the management and commissioning of the projects overall. There were various issues at each facility. However, the key issue in relation to these facilities is as a result of long project delays. So ranging between 16 to 30 months of delays in the projects. And this is primarily due to non-payment of the service providers or late payments of the service providers. The key root cause for the Department of Health is that there is inadequate or ineffective oversight by the Department of Health on the implementing agents to ensure that projects are managed appropriately. And where defects are found, that these are then addressed in a timely manner, shortening the delay periods. The impact of this is ineffective healthcare. Longer distances need then to be traveled by the community in order to obtain the services that they require. At Pixley specifically, the project has been commissioned. However, there are still 9 units that are not operational within the hospital. And the major cause of this is the lack of funding to get the required skills to commission these these units. So the units do not have the necessary doctors and nurses to operationalize. This then causes a strain on existing neonatal facilities. And we are recommending overall across all projects for the Department of Health to implement stricter oversight over the implementing agents and to ensure that there is a plan that is put in place to operationalize or utilize the equipment that is available at Pixley at the moment. So our reflection on the financial sustainability is that there continues to be pressure on the finances within the Department of Health. We found that there are still continued delayed payments to the service providers, and there are instances where invoices are not paid within the required 30-day period. As indicated previously, there's 11.5 million rand disclosed as unauthorized expenditure, and the underlying causes of these concerns is as a result of payments of prior year commitments that are made in the current year, budget cuts, as well as the implementation of unfunded salary increases over the years. The adverse financial indicators are the high debtors impairment provision, the creditors payment period, as you can see, over the 30-day requirement being at 67 days, and a high accrual adjusted current liability position. And what this means basically is that the funding that is made available in the current year is already depleted by the accruals that have been raised by the department in the prior years, which leaves the budget available for the current year depleted or eroded for future obligations. The impact on service delivery is that the department is then unable to meet its current obligations and future service delivery commitments. And then obviously the delays in paying service providers has led to delays and abandonment of critical projects, which negatively impact service delivery. Our intervention that we are highlighting that is required is that the department should review its budgeting and expenditure management processes, and to ensure that future budgets take into account the current payables and accruals that have not been recognized in the financial statements, and that spending plans should be based on available funds, and particular attention should be paid to ensuring that commitments are supported by available cash to avoid accruals and late payments. In terms of the information systems audit, you will see there's a number of repeat issues that we've identified. I'm not going to read through all the issues because they are repeat issues, so it's not strange to this committee. But they are just in general in terms of the IT governance framework that is not in place or not being properly oversight. There's delayed implementation in the digital health strategic plan. There's poor project management of the e-health system. And then poor monitoring and oversight over SLAs between service providers in the IT environment. The impact of these is weak ICT governance and leadership. There's poor ICT strategy execution. There are delays in critical health IT projects and ineffective project and incident management. Our key recommendation for this is for the accounting officer to ensure that a properly qualified individual is appointed into the post of the Chief Director Information Technology. The CIO post has been vacant for a number of years, and this has contributed to the failures in the ICT departments in the departments. This CIO, once appointed, should then be tasked to drive the enhancement of the control environment and the systems with the intention to increase digitization of patient records and to automate the processes within the department. Our key focus areas, there were two key focus areas within the department in relation to its ideal clinic as well as the ideal hospital realization. These projects basically are key to the realization of the NHI objectives. If the department does not have ideal clinics and they do not have ideal hospitals, they will then not be able to fully implement NHI. So what we found under ideal clinic, you will see that the department is showing a achievement of 95% in their annual performance report, which is slightly lower than the prior year in which they reported an achievement of 97.9%. So you'll see there's a slight regression there. This must also be read in conjunction with our audit report in which we are indicating that the ideal clinic status amount is not reliable. So even the 95% that they've reported there may not be an accurate reflection of the ideal clinic status within the department. Basically, what we found is that the clinics are failing to implement or to ensure that at least their non-negotiable and their vital elements are being adhered to. And these are the critical elements that have been determined to ensure that a clinic is optimal. So things like ensuring that oxygen tanks are full and available when needed. I'll move on to the ideal hospitals. You'll find that there are similar issues that are identified in ideal hospitals. We did visit the Charles Johnsel Memorial Hospital, as well as Prince Mshini Memorial Hospital. And there's similar issues that we're identifying there where also the non-negotiable and vital elements are not being adhered to within the hospitals and consistently throughout all the hospitals and clinics and facilities within the department. Our overall recommendations is for the department to ensure that they are holding people accountable, to ensure that they are addressing the key issues that are identified in these facilities that we've visited, and any deficiencies must be monitored or at least action plans must be put in place to ensure that across all facilities, corrective measures are put in place. So our overall message is, in the prior year, there were commitments that were made by the MEC, And I think in starting this presentation, I did indicate that there has been little to no movement in ensuring that these commitments are addressed, which has then resulted in the repeat findings. Our call to action to activate the accountability ecosystem. The key root causes that we've identified is that there is a culture of no accountability and no consequences. There's ineffective resource management. There's inadequate review and reconciling of transactions, and inadequate analysis of budgeting during the planning process. Our key recommendations for the current year in relation to financial statement preparation is for the accounting officer to ensure that the chief financial officer delivers credible financial statements. The CFO must develop and implement a corrective action plan to address the material misstatements, specifically in relation to the 2 qualification areas. And he must ensure that a complete set of financial statements are prepared in a timely manner and submitted to the internal audit unit for review before submission for audit. Our second recommendation is to strengthen the loss control committees and manage irregular expenditure. So the accounting officer must ensure that the chief financial officer and the head of supply chain management must review and strengthen the composition of the loss control committees. These committees should be adequately resourced with individuals independent of the process that resulted in the transgression. And this is to ensure that objective assessments and effective implementation of consequence management is instituted. In addition, the CEOs at each institution must maintain UIFW registers and ensure that all identified cases and all the related records are reviewed by the Loss Control Committee. Recommendation number 3 is to strengthen the internal controls and record management. This is in relation to the performance information to ensure that the CEOs of each institution is implementing daily and monthly controls to improve on proper document management and record keeping systems. This is essential to improve the reliability of the reported performance information and to ensure that complete, accurate, and accessible information is available in support of the reported information. Our fourth recommendation is in relation to the appointment of the CIO. I think I've already indicated that a credible, qualified CIO must be permanently appointed within the department. And then the last recommendation is in relation to management of the fiscal pressure, where the accounting officer must ensure that planned projects and procurement activities are revisited to prevent the creation of unfunded commitments. For any expenditure that is not covered by available funding, daily cash flow monitoring must be implemented to prioritize the completion of ongoing projects and maintain financial discipline. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, AG. My apologies, first of all, for being late. You know that the trip between Durban and Maritzburg can be a very easy 50-minute trip, or it can be a 2-hour nightmare. I'm sure those nodding understand that. So I do apologize, and I thank you he's not here at the moment, but thank you very much, for chairing in my absence. Members, you've heard the presentation. I was able to go through it, so I, to a certain extent, know what it entails. Are we going to take a short presentation from CLARC? Is CLARC online?
Yes, good morning, Honourable Chair.
Okay. Is that Mr. Jooste again?
That's correct, Chair.
Mr. Jooste, can I ask you just to give us just a short précis of the salient points you'd like to make? And please, as we discussed in the last hearing, just things that are supplementary to what the AG has presented to us.
Exactly, Chair. Chair, we did do a presentation, so I'll just jump to 1 or 2 slides as you request now. I won't be spending too much time on everything, but essentially to say that there has been consultation, quite a bit of consultation between the departmental management, the AGSA, the PS, RAS, and the internal audit services. So just that bit of background. I'll go straight to slide number. I think it's number 5 in the pack, where we just do a sharp analysis. And I agree the AG has basically covered everything. And the areas that I just want to highlight is really where we...
Sorry, Mr. Jooste, sorry to interrupt you. Are we getting this report up on the screen?
I don't see it. It has been sent to the Secretariat, so...
It has.
Think it can be flagged.
Can I just ask you, sorry, we just went straight from the AGSA into your presentation.
Yeah.
Kago, are you able to put it up? Okay, it's coming up there now. Can you please just guide us, Mr. Jooste, in terms of what you said you were on slide 5?
Yeah, so yeah, if Secretariat can just move to that slide.
Yeah, let's move to slide 5. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. So essentially, you know, we looked at the prior year Q4 in particular and compared it to Q1 just to get a sense of where we are as the CLARC committee, and we've highlighted the issue of financial performance. It's an area of concern, as indicated by the AG as well. The overspend and the recurring accruals crisis. We do see a deteriorating trend there. The discussion with management now obviously is to come up with plans to actually reverse that particular cycle and find the correct targets on operational performance. When you look at Q1 compared to the prior year, and particularly Q4, we see a sharp decline there. It definitely is a red flag and needs attention. In respect of irregular expenditure, Q1 alone, we see 690 million incurred in irregular expenditure. There's a systemic SCM failures there, and management has sort of given us some input into how they want to address that. And this is persistent, and we need strong interventions from management. HR impact. We know that there's a large number of frozen posts, and this is affecting the performance on the service delivery side. Chair, the next slide very quickly then is basically just to indicate the implications of the overspend. The implication there is a risk to the entire provincial budget, as we know that, the implication of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the culture of impunity. I think that was mentioned by the AG in their closing slides as well, due to breakdowns in internal controls and so forth. Litigation is an issue, and there's a massive threat there in terms of declining quality of care. We were made to believe that the issue is no longer missing records, but in fact clinical negligence. So we're very concerned about that aspect, which needs strong attention. The next slide then, Chair, is just very, very quickly 3 pillars. So I'll just run through them. I won't read everything. But essentially, we've identified 3 pillars. The first one is the financial recovery discipline. The objective here is to arrest the 5.6 billion overspend and eradicate irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as soon as possible. And then basically key activities we've identified accountability, where it lie, and then some timelines. And the timelines we've tried to focus in the couple of quarters that are left. So essentially we're saying we need the rigorous monitoring of the financial recovery plan, and to mention that there is a plan in place, but it needs rigorous management. The rollout of LOGOS, which is one aspect, in e-health, we're finding that the rollout of ICT is rather on the slow side, and we are now arguing that if LOGOS gets rolled out, we could potentially manage the accruals and see a reduction in Q4 of roughly 50%. So those kind of numbers we still will be engaging with management. The repayment of municipal accounts where interest and penalties are driving up the wasteful expenditure. There are agreements currently being discussed, but we need to see how that can reverse that particular aspect of costs that are affecting the department. Consequence management being the last one, which we are saying, we definitely want to see some sort of movement on consequence management before Q4. So hopefully in Q4 we could report back on the issues there. The second pillar, Chair, is the modernization and control to digitize processes and strengthen governance. So we again identified much as the AG has done. We have been assured by management they will be doing an appointment in December. We did raise a little bit of a concern there that the level at which the post was pitched might not deliver the kind of resource we require. So we've really put a strong caveat there to management to make sure that the appointment is not done just to fill the post, but that the skill that is required will be matched by the level and the scope of the work that they've advertised. We also then were advised of the intention to insource food services. So in Q2, we'd like to see a business case around that to see whether, in fact, there is value for money in that process. So we will be looking closely at that. Hopefully, management will be in a position to report on that. There is a big issue. Third area, Chair, is the expediting of the determination testing for the 690, which is Q1, quite a significant occurrence of irregular expenditure, and we are concerned that the determination testing is a bit on the slow side, so we need management to speed that up. I spoke about the litigation aspect, and we really need management to look at scaling up the public health defense and to offer care, not cash, and basically to make sure that they use alternative dispute resolution methods as well to reduce the growth in litigation related to clinical negligence claims. Chair, the final area is the turnaround plan, pillar 3, service delivery recovery. Here we want to reverse performance regression. We've seen that in last year, and to resolve the HR crisis as well. So we definitely want to see turnaround strategies for EMS and maternal health. Q3, we'd like to hear from management on that issue. The critical funded clinical and finance post, we need this addressed. Hopefully, we'll have some sort of solution in the 26-27 financial year. We also need the MEC to lead talks for sustainable COE funding model. We know that there's issues around that, and there needs to be some sort of engagement, which should happen outside the department to look closer at funding model related to COE. Finally, Chair, the recommendations to Scopa, very quickly then. We definitely require a joint proposal for sustainable COE funding model and detailed plan with quarterly milestones to reduce the 5.6 budget. We need assistance from Scopa in dealing with that. On the regular expenditure side, we are suggesting that Scopa, as sight of the determination reports for the 690 million and other, as we progress into the following quarters, to deal with especially the recovery side of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure from officials. In terms of litigation, there needs to be a plan to scale the public health defense model and report linking clinical governance improvements to reduce claims. It's quite a big ask, but there needs to be sort of a holistic approach to deal with the provincial medical legal strategy in the province. Cross-cutting issues, Chair, we do want to see executive level accountability. We have sort of spoken about the possibility of including fiscal discipline in the MEC's performance agreements. In conclusion, Chair, we do see that there is a convergent crisis requiring immediate attention. We propose the 3-pillar turnaround plan, which management will utilize in the planning and reporting to us over the next 3 quarters of this financial year. The success of this particular plan will be dependent on disciplined execution, strong political will, robust and sustained oversight and assistance from Scopa. In conclusion, then, we as the PARC and the CLARC pledge our full support to Scopa in holding the department accountable and safeguarding both public funds and health of our citizens. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jooste, for that very brief. I'll take hands now. That very brief and very informative presentation from the side of CLARC, which is the Cluster Management for the Provincial Audit Risk Committee. I think it's Cluster 3. Okay, so members, we've heard the presentations now, and now that Honourable Glowani is back in the room, I can thank him formally for stepping in. Thank you very much, Honourable. We can now take questions. So I see Honourable Dirks has got his hand up, so if you can just make a note. Honourable Dirks first, then I've got Honourable de Klerk, Honourable Magubane. All right, let's start with those three. Let's obviously try and stick to areas of clarity that we just need to prepare ourselves and empower ourselves for our meeting with health shortly. Thank you very much, Honourable Dirks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, let me just thank the AG for their report and thank them for their assistance that they give to this committee, Scopa. They're really of great assistance to us. But I just want clarity from CLARC. That's the only issue of clarity I need from CLARC. On the issue of, he raised that recovery of monies, recovery for wasteful, irregular, and unauthorized expenditure from officials in the departments. Can you just elaborate on that? Instead of just saying recovering money, recovering from his officials, can you just elaborate on that? What he means and how does he see that happens? Thank you.
So, Mr. Yus, I hope you got that question. I think it relates to the determination reports you were talking of. If you can just be prepared to answer that. Honourable de Klerk. Honourable de Klerk.
Thank you, Chair.
See, you don't have an Australian accent.
No. Venison is better than kangaroo. I have a problem. And that is the problem of deja vu. This is my third term. It's been the same from day one I walked in here. So I can state unequivocally that no commitment that is made will be adhered to. No turnaround plan will work. This department is in shambles. I know that the Auditor General is giving certain guidance. But surely, Auditor General, you see it yourself, what I'm seeing. With respect, there is no way this ship can be salvaged. We cannot just year in and year out state, you must commit, and the MEC commits that there's a turnaround plan. It's not going to happen. There's nothing that shows me that it will happen. My question is, I know what will happen, is a department will come in here and say, oh, you see, even the Auditor General agrees with me. Accruals is a problem. Budget cuts is the problem. Implementation of unfunded salary increases is the problem. Meaning, we just don't have the money. It's not our fault. We don't have the money. And because we don't have the money, all of this is irrelevant. We don't have to comply. We can have material misstatements. We can do the worst of the worst. It's not our fault. We don't have the money. And because they have that attitude, my question is, how do we deal with this department? Let's be realistic. I cannot accept, and I'm sorry, I may criticize the Auditor General now, but you're just stating the same issues year in and year out. How? And I have to now say, Auditor General, please assist us. Do we place it under administration? What steps do we take that we don't go for 20 years the same story? And it's getting just worse and worse, and people die and don't get medicine and so on. So please understand my frustration. You know, there's a culture, you say it yourself, a culture of impunity, a culture of non-compliance, a culture of not taking responsibility. History confirms that. Nothing jumps out to say there is real action being taken. Nothing. The commitments, if I read the commitments of the MEC, it is just stating I commit to do the right thing, if I have to now make it as clear as possible. So I'm calling upon the Auditor General to tell us, what do we do with this department? Because we cannot carry on like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable de Klerk, the Honourable Magabani, and I did note the hand of Honourable Mbata on the platform. So, Honourable Magabani.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thanks to the AG for the very much detailed report around the behavior of health. Although we will talk to the department about what we have noted or on the reports, with an understanding of those budget cuts, but they don't give anyone a total reason to misbehave when it comes to operations. Because what we're noting on these reports regarding health, there's a total misbehaving elements. They don't follow proper processes. They don't follow the recommendations that were stated or that were given by the AG on previous outcomes. The commitments that were made by the department itself, nobody implements anything. So the issue is with that behavior. Let's put aside the issue of monies and all the budget cuts. We'll be talking strictly about the behavior. So I just want to understand on one thing. Because all the opinions that we see on the report, the negative ones are repetitive. They're coming back from 2022 till now, nothing is being solved. Instead, the department is going backwards, it's regressing, instead of at least keeping the previous status. But it's becoming more worse. But we do have some of the things that we know that we will ask the department about. I just want to check one thing, Chair. When the AG was making some checkups or the test around the projects that are being rewarded to the employees and some officials, do you have a list? We need a list that talks to that. Because, as I'm saying, Chair, we need to deal with the behavior. There is a wrong behavior and the element. I don't know what kind of attitude I'll say it is on that department. That's what we need to deal with. If you can just give us that list or give us a clue, where is it happening? But we need a list. We'll work out. Once you give us the list, you can just give us a clue for now. And then the list, when we get it, we'll work it out on our own. It won't be a problem to do that. But give us a clue. Where is this happening? What kind of projects are those? Like when you measure on one project, how much can it be? If you say this project was this amount, just take 3 or 4. But then we'll need that list to deal with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Magaban. Now we're going to go to the online platform. Honourable Mbata.
Thanks, Chairperson. First, let me open my video so that Honourable Dex and Honourable CQ, if she's there, they can see that I am a human being. I'm alive. Yes, thank you very much.
We can't see you. There you are.
Oh, you can see me now. This is me.
Now, you're in your car, Honorable Mbata. Does that mean you're on your way here?
Yes, sir, Chairperson.
So you're incoming. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Please carry on.
Let me switch off my video. Oh, where am I now? Okay, it's fine. I can't see. All right. I won't say much, Chairperson, because we're still gonna deal with the department. First and foremost, thanks to the AG for the report. I understand the Honorable de Klerk concerns. You know, Chairperson, sometimes we as the Scopa, probably we need to be above, everything else. Now, our duty, it is not only to expose failure, but to enable recovery. The Department of Health stand at the crossroads. We can see that. Burdened by fiscal collapse, irregular expenditure, and systematic control failures. Yet, Chairperson, beneath this crisis lies an opportunity for renewal. I think this should be our approach going forward, because I can tell you, Chairperson, there's a lot of crises that we are facing in these departments, not just the Department of Health only. So you must assist this department through what I call disciplined oversight, structured support, and accountability that builds capacity, not fear. And how do you do that? You do that by ensuring financial recovery, strengthening consequence management, and restoring clinical governance. We can help rebuild a system that serves our people with integrity and excellence. Let our oversight, Chairperson, be both corrective and constructive. We hold leadership accountable while guiding the department back to credibility, stability, and service to the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. That's all I want to say. But I have a lot of questions that I'll ask the department. But I wanted to say this, to say thanks to the AG for a good work that they are doing, and also CLARC. We really appreciate that. But let's, probably when the department comes in, let's have a frank discussion with them. Let's sit down and say, guys, there's a problem, and you can see that there's a problem. Help us to help you fix the problem, because year in and year out, we'll come here and we'll talk about one and the same thing. The Department of Health this, the Department of Health that. But I think it's high time that we have a frank discussion with them. Probably, I don't know whether I will sound, I don't know how a Chairperson will say I am whatever, like he said last time. But I think, Chairperson, it is time that we sit down with the HOD, the entire department, to say, guys, let's have a frank discussion. What is the problem? How can we solve the problem? How can we resolve these issues? Because I'm telling you, Chairperson, come next term, it will be the same problem. There's a serious crisis within that department, and we must fix it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mbata. Okay, Honourable Mtetwa, you are next. You're standing between us and a cup of tea before we start at 12:30 with the department. So I encourage you to be brief if you possibly can. Thank you. Okay, it appears that Honourable Mtetwa has fallen off the platform. Members, if you're happy, let's ask CLARC first and then the AG for, I think there were mainly statements made, but if there are any questions, AGSA and CLARC, Mr. Yusuf, just reminding you, I think it relates to your comment about determination reports relating to that 609 odd million irregular expenditure. Just in terms of what your recommendations are there for recovery. So please, if you can just give us a very brief response. Thanks.
I will do. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Honourable Member Dirks for the question. I think Chairperson, essentially what we do need, and I understand the recovery to be specifically from officials identified as being negligent or responsible for the occurrence of irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure. So essentially, for KZN Department of Health, a robust and consistent approach to recovering irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is non-negotiable and needs to be done on a consistent basis. It requires a firm commitment from the HOD, and this commitment must be supported by efficient legal and human resource units. That kind of support is essential to enable relentless monitoring of that type of expenditure. And essentially, the information and the evaluation, the monitoring of those particular incidences should be done through the oversight bodies such as the CLARC and even the internal audit services of the province as well. I think the primary goal is not just to recover the funds, but to foster a culture of consequence management and financial discipline, Chair. So the procedure is there. There is a clear procedure on how to collect these funds. We need then to ensure that the department enforces it consistently, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jooste. Mrs. Mkhize, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I am going to probably respond some yes were statements, and we thank the honourable members for the questions and the statements that have been shared. I'm going to start with the request made by Honourable Makubane on the additional information. Honourable Chair, as we engage in the various with the various departments, if I may just request that the request be made to us. We do have a process insofar as approvals within the AGSA that we just need to sign off, basically, depending on the type of information. Some information is already publicly available in the audit reports, but then the detail for what is not already in the audit reports or the annual report, we are happy to provide it. We just need the request to be made, and then we'll push it through the organization. My team, because we had also the portfolio committee, we have started gathering the information. We just need that formal request so that we can at least fast track then the response and the provision of that information to the committee. And then on the matter of Honourable de Klerk, you've raised some key points and your concerns around. It's been a number of years. We're coming back with the repeat findings. It's the same message that is coming forth. I just want to touch on one of our slides that we speak to the accountability ecosystem. I think Honourable Mbatha did touch on that aspect to an extent. So in the accountability ecosystem, we speak of role players. So role players within the department, the people that should be doing the work. And really the question is, when the work is not done, when people are not playing their parts, and doing the work in accordance to their job descriptions, their performance agreements, in accordance to mandates, etc., what then happens? Who is then the next in line to hold those people accountable for not doing what they need to do? And so it goes on also when you look at the support and oversight. So as the committee, when the Honourable MEC walks in and is responding to the findings or the outcomes with the accounting officer, what then is the role of the committee in holding the MEC, the Honourable MEC, accountable for what has been done, what has not been done, commitments honoured and not honoured to date, as you indicate, and we did indicate at the start of the presentation that we had the recommendations, there were commitments, but we have found that because we are also coming back with very much the similar findings, that those commitments and those recommendations have not been honoured or the recommendations implemented. So I think Honourable Mbatha did touch on some of the aspects that it is important for the committee to follow up on those commitments that are being made as you engage with the department and hold the MEC accountable. And it's really around each and every role player in this ecosystem as to who then holds that person accountable. What we indicate is that if any role player does not perform or does not play their part, the whole ecosystem then collapses. that is when then you find those repeat findings coming through. So if the senior official in the SCM is not ensuring that there is compliance to the SCM regulations and legislation, you will then get the irregular expenditure. If no one holds them accountable, it then escalates as we sit today with 24 billion rands that we are speaking to, and also the issue of consequences management. If there is no consequences management being implemented in the department, you'll find that it does not deter the next person from not complying to legislation, regulations, or policies of the department, and then we get this culture. So in order for us to address the issue of the culture of impunity, of the non-performance, there has to be that consequence management. We have to hold relevant role players in this ecosystem accountable. Everyone must do what they need to do or perform their roles in accordance to mandates, whether it is legislated or morally so. Us as the Auditor General, we do have the extended powers and the material irregularities. There are matters that we are looking into from the findings that we have seen within the Department of Health, where we are then assessing insofar as the notification of material irregularities is concerned. So from our part as the AG, in this whole ecosystem is to say we've shared the insight. We have engaged in providing the recommendations, engaged in the follow-ups and the recommendations and the commitments, which is really our part of influencing the correct behavior. However, when all of that fails, we then move to the enforcement, which is our material irregularity, trying to rein in the non-compliances resulting in irregular expenditure, the issues of the financial management or the financial discipline that is not taking place, because whether we are not looking at our budgeting processes and really revisiting them and budgeting. We spoke the other day of a zero-based budget to an extent. You cannot carry over those accruals for a number of years and not find yourself in a crisis point. As we indicated in our presentation, where you do have the accruals at the end of the year, it means it's eating into your next budget already. So if you are going to budget in the same way that I've got 400 rands, and you no longer have that because 300 rands you're going to pay on day one with the 400 rands budget that you say you have, you're only going to have 100 rands left for that year. So it's about also taking that into account in our budgeting processes, specifically speaking to the issue of finances and the financial health crisis that the department is finding itself in. Honourable Chair, I hope I have covered in the main. So the request, if you could please share with us the request, we will respond to it. We have started gathering that information, as was already indicated through the committee. And then, of course, I think Honourable Mbata was more of a comment. And I've just responded to Honourable de Klerk. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, AG. Honourable Magabane, you've got a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to check if it's going to be a part of our resolutions as the committee that there must be a request sent to AG for the detailed information about the list of employees or officials who benefits from the coffers of government, because we cannot override the misbehavior and being ill-disciplined with budget cuts. We need to deal separately with that matter and deal with it decisively. So can we make it as a resolution that with that letter will be sent?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
I have no objection to that. Yeah, just remember, obviously, we will make resolutions as we go along in each hearing, and then obviously we will consolidate a report, and that report will be discussed in the committee before it goes out. Because remember, the part of those resolutions was we're going to ask all the departments to report back to us by 31 January on all the resolutions that we take. So please, if you have personal resolutions that you think are important, please submit them and we will put them through. Okay, I think we're then done with the briefing stage. Colleagues, we were supposed to be done at 10, but it's now 20 past. Can we say that we're back at 11:45? Give ourselves 25 minutes for a quick break. We'll obviously just brief the department. Are we happy with that? Okay. So comfort break, let's please start promptly at 11:15. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, I think we've all settled. Thank you for coming back. Do we have an echo? I'm not sure where it comes from. Okay, I think we're okay. All right. Members, thank you very much for being back on time, prompt, and department, thank you very much for your patience. We did run a bit late with the briefing, so we're starting 15 minutes late on this session, but it's not the end of the world. Right, departments, members, I'm advised that the MEC unfortunately can't attend because she had to attend to a personal emergency. I'm not sure of the nature of the emergency, but it is what it is. The MEC has been sent a link in case she is at some point able to join us for some remarks. But we'll proceed in the meantime anyway. So we've got the HOD, is that correct? And we've got your team. HOD, if you could first just, starting with yourselves, to do an introduction of everybody, I would like the following. I'd like people just to introduce themselves, their role in the department, and how long they have served, years-wise, in that role. Okay, if we could just have that, and then we will go to the oath and affirmation, and then I will ask you to present your reports. All right, thank you, HOD. Please proceed. Remember, it's name, position, and how long you've served in that position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members. I am Mrs. Penny Msimango. I've been the acting HOD for Health from February 2025. With me, I have Mr. Vilagazi, who is the CFO, and he has been the CFO in the department for from September 2022. Next to him is Mr. Zungu, who is the DDG for NHI, and he has been with the department, I think, for more than 13 years.
HOD, is that in his current position?
Yes.
So, I mean, I know people may have joined 20 years ago, but I want to know in their current position.
In the current
This
position.
just speaks to accountability, HOD, that's what I'm talking about.
13 years as DDG in the department.
Thank you.
Chair, to make this, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Magaman.
Thanks. To make this thing easy, each member can speak on their own.
Yes, I'm
I started with in the department this year, and on the current position, it's from what time? Then we are clear, so that it won't confuse. Then we will move smoothly then. Thanks.
HOD,
May I start with myself?
That's actually what I meant. No, HOD, please just follow my instructions. Okay, so you got to the DDG for NHI. Let's move on to the next member of the delegation. They can introduce themselves, what their position is, and how long they've been in that position. Thank you, HOD. Yes,
my sincere apologies. But I think there's just one missing thing, that of course she's the HOD, started in February, but what is the actual position that is occupying? I think that is very important also.
Yes, I believe I did ask for that. So people must say what position they currently occupy and how long. We're just trying to ascertain how long a person's been there so that they can't say, well, I just arrived last month and I don't have responsibility.
No, you see, like the acting HOD is acting HOD since February.
Yes.
But what is the actual position that she's occupying? You know,
okay,
because she's acting.
Yes. Okay, I'm with you. Sorry, now I understand. Acting HOD, can you just clarify that, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My official position on appointment is I'm the Chief Director for eThekwini District. Thanks.
We've got to the DDG of NHI. Don't need to do it again. The lady to your left, thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Nokuthula Mbatha. I'm the Chief Director, Human Resource Management Services, seconded from the Office of the Premier since August this year, but I've been in HR for 30 years. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. I am Thamsanqa Ndlovu, Director responsible for movable tangible asset, currently acting as Chief Director, Financial Accounting and Reporting, and I've been in the position since 2022.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, colleagues. I'm Jack Carpenter, Chief Director for Planning M&E. I'm in this post since 2013. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members. I'm Roger Naidu. I manage internal control in the department. I've been in my current position for about 15 years. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Ukondlo Njali. I'm the Chief Director for SCM. I've been in the position since 2019.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's everyone. Oh, sorry, there's the last one.
Morning, Honourable Chair and honourable members. My name is Thembeka Mngqithi. I am the Chief Director, Risk Assurance Management Services, and has been occupying the position in acting position from 2019 and in a permanent position from 2022. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, right. Now, acting HOD, we'll start with you again. Now we do the oath or the affirmation. So if everybody could just listen up, this is how it works. If you would like to swear by God, you raise your right hand in both instances. If you want to swear by God, you say, I, your full name, hereby undertake to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. If you'd rather not swear by God, you can say, I, your full name, affirm. That's the key word, affirm, that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, so acting HOD, please can I ask that you make sure it's audible so it's on the record. You are testifying today under oath. You're answering questions under oath. So please raise the right hand. Let's do it properly. Honourable Dirks is my quality control officer. You'll make sure that everybody does it correctly. All right. But if we can just do that and move down the row as we did with the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I, Thandi Penelope Msimango, affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Khothamani Vilagazi, swear that I will tell the truth and only the truth, so help me God.
I, Mfowethu Zungu, do hereby affirm that I will tell the truth and only the truth.
I, Nokuthula Mbatha, swear that I will tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
I, Thamsanqa Ndlovu, swear that I will tell the truth and only the truth, so help me God.
I, Jack Carpenter, affirm to tell the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank
you. I, Roger Naidu, undertake to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Kondlo Njali, swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Thembeka Mngqithi, swear that I'll tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Honourable Dirks, are we satisfied? Thank you. All right, okay. Acting HOD, the floor is now yours. You did send through a report, which we've received. I'm just not sure that I've received the actual register of UIFW. It's referred to as an annexure. Did it come through, Kabo? Okay, then I must just locate it. But you do have a report which covers all the aspects of all the inquiries. So members, you should also have that. So yeah, take us through it. Acting HOD, if you wouldn't mind, just so members can follow, just say which page you're on from time to time. Okay. Thank you very much. And then after that, we will get into a question and Q&A session.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. A very good morning again to the honourable members. I'm going to present using the Word document that I have flighted on the screen. Chair, the report is in two parts, is in three parts. There is the part A, which responds to the Auditor General's finding for the 2024-2025 regularity audit. Then part B is information and documents and reports that were requested by Scopa in terms of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, for which we have attached a register with number, date, and as well as circumstances surrounding that. And that the third part is a report on the fleet management contract, and the part D, which is the fourth part, is the report on the amount spent by the department on legal representation. Honourable Chair, before we go to the detail on terms of the responses or the interventions for the regularity audit, I'm going to do a high-level overview of our audit recovery plan as it is captured from page 17. If we can just go to page 17, where we are talking to our audit recovery plan in terms of the themes that we want to address in terms of our audit recovery. One of the areas the department received a qualified audit opinion on two areas, that is immovable tangible capital assets and irregular expenditure. However, there were findings in a number of areas in performance information and other areas that the AG audited. So our audit recovery plan is centered around strengthening governance, accountability, and ensuring that there is organizational-wide culture change within the department. Because if we want to turn the situation around in the department, we have to address the issues. We have to ensure that there is good governance. We have to raise the level of accountability amongst managers, right from operations level up to head office level. We have to ensure that there is organizational, the culture that exists within the department. We have to look at that culture and implement effective change management interventions that will change turn around the situation. So in strengthening good governance, we're looking at the functionality of all committees, both finance, SCM, as well as oversight committees in the department, to make sure that they are functional, that they sit on the regular basis. We have developed a calendar of committees so that we know when they sit what their role is, what they are supposed to do, and who is chairing those committees from head office right down to operation level. We're making sure that the committees are appointed in writing, and that if at any instance that a chairperson of that committee or an accountability manager or responsibility manager is not available, the delegated officials are appointed in writing. We also want to link to ensure we are implementing an executive accountability framework by linking AG performance indicators to the performance agreement of our staff. So every senior manager in the department has got a KPI that relates to audit findings, so that in that area of the finding, if it's the manager responsible for MME, all those findings that were related to performance information, that manager has to deliver on them. What we are also looking at is that we want to mimic and emulate the audit. In the third quarter of this financial year, we are going to set up audit teams that are going to visit facilities that we are going to sample and do exactly and take the teams exactly through what AG does, so that they are geared and used to doing their own audit, even in the absence of the AG, in between AG's findings, so that they can pick up these errors that AG picks up during the finding. We also want to strengthen ethical leadership and good governance. The number of cases of fraud, number of cases of non-compliance indicates that we have a lot of work to strengthen ethical leadership. We have revived our ethical committees, we have appointed ethical committees, and we have started implementing one of the flagship programs of government, that is of professionalizing the public service. We also want to strengthen internal control functions. We do have an internal control function unit in the department that was working together with the internal audit. However, because the internal audit unit has been rescinded, has been decommissioned and the function rescinded to OTP, we are now bringing together those two units to work together with the service delivery cluster, so that whatever internal controls are recommended by the service delivery cluster must ensure that those internal control recommendations and interventions are implemented and provide oversight over the implementation of the audit improvement plan by having regular meetings with executive management, particularly at facility level. We also have extensively shared the AG report for 2024-25. We are actually conducting roadshows across the province. The first roadshows we conducted for the northern region, where we had 3 districts, and we shared and discussed the findings by AG and the recommendations. Our next workshop is on the 30th of October, because we want every manager and everyone to actually be aware of the AG's findings, develop their own institutional audit improvement plan, and we monitor those. We also are looking at strengthening leadership capability within the department, because we need to make sure that managers are familiar with their role in terms of leadership, in terms of oversight, in terms of monitoring, and in terms of critically reviewing reports and actually providing support to executive management. As I've mentioned, that we want to strengthen the organizational culture of good governance, compliance, and accountability within the department. So we are we're developing standard operating procedures, and we are going down to facilities to make sure that standard operating procedures are being implemented. We are also ensuring that we've put up a team that has developed a project plan that is going to monitor and ensure that there is data integrity and correct use of records, that there are record audits. Because one of the findings by AG was that if AG says, I could not find evidence that you did perform this, it's either it's about the capturing of information on clinical records or on registers, or it's about the legibility of records. So that team has set up a calendar, and they've started implementing in terms of ensuring that there's data integrity, there's regular reviews of information, and executive managers are held account in terms of the systems that they've put in place for data integrity and management. We want to strengthen performance and finance discipline within the department to ensure that the department does not incur unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless, wasteful expenditure. That for every transaction that is done, there has been proper checking whether there is budget availability, whether the goods that are procured were received in time, whether the stock management in itself is being monitored. And when we procure for value for money. And any transgressions here that happen there intervened on through consequence management. We have started this, including on the areas that we said will implement cost savings, and areas where AG has made findings. For instance, AG made a finding that we do not process claims for SNT within the first 10 days of the month. We've issued a circular, and we've made sure that every person who apply for extended mileage and so on receive pre-approval. It's approved by the HOD, and any that deviation there, consequence management is implemented. We're also being very analytical with our risk management and a combined risk assurance in the department. We are interrogating the quality of our registers. We are putting in systems to ensure that we work together with the structures from provincial treasury in terms of ensuring that we have a very effective and efficient risk management system within the department. We are really enforcing, we are being very consistent with enforcing consequence management for compliance. As a department and as part of KZN government, we are also part of the interventions from the provincial treasury. Managers from Department of Health have been appointed in the various streams that have been set up by provincial treasury, which are going to turn around the situation. One of those streams is the streams that is looking at revenue collection and also irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure as part of the turnaround strategy for government. In terms of dealing with irregular expenditure, we have redirected and reassigned a director who was in the office of the CFO to implement a special project just dedicated to dealing with irregular expenditure and having a plan with specific interventions, timelines, and responsibilities. And that plan is part of the documents that we have submitted on irregular expenditure. We are also looking at turning around the finding on immovable tangible capital assets, which was where we find a qualified opinion from AG. One of the first things that we are doing, because AG had a finding that we need to monitor what Public Works is doing. So I have set up I have communicated with the HOD of Public Works that we are going to have quarterly meetings with Public Works just to monitor the progress of projects and where there are challenges. And we are having that meeting with the HOD and next week, and we will have quarterly meetings thereafter. We are also going to appoint a dedicated finance manager who is going with accounting experience, who is going to look at how the methodologies that we are using, whether we are in agreement with those methodology together with AG. In addition to that, we have actually established working relationship with Treasury, and where we engage with Treasury on a regular basis. And when there are issues that we want Treasury to support with us, they come on board. And we already have regular meetings with Treasury, Provincial Treasury, together with our expenditure management team, where they are looking at issues like revenue collection, irregular expenditure. And also, we have decided that we are not going to engage AG when we meet for the audit next year. We want to have regular meetings with AG so that we can find each other as we walk along towards the audit. As it is this afternoon, we are having a meeting with AG and Treasurer just to go through the report and actually present our audit recovery plan, the special projects thereof, and then agree with AG, because also we agreed with AG that there are some findings where AG needs to come in and do a live recording on, so that when they are able to establish how we do the assessment, particularly for the ideal clinic findings. How do we do this assessment? What evidence is produced for us to be able to come up with those scores that are on our report? So we are having that meeting, and we believe it's not going to be a one-on-off meeting. We're going to have this regular meeting. Hence, we are saying we're going to be having our mini audits as a department. One of our interventions also is that we said we are going to do an adopt a hospital program where each one of the senior managers in the department is assigned a hospital, that they will go into that hospital practically and physically at least once a month and actually go through the findings of the AG, whether that hospital was audited or not, but the findings could be the same across, and actually work with the executive management in identifying and observing and analyzing the day-to-day business processes and whether there is compliance with standard operating procedures with SCM and Pfma prescripts. The manager will spend a day or two in the hospital actually working with SCM, particularly in SCM and finance, and observe what goes on in the day-to-day business processes of that particular institution. What is the role of those that are charged with supervision, particularly with oversight, and whether the standard operating procedures that we have developed and implemented and disseminated are being used. If I can make an example, Honorable Chair and members, as a department, we developed and packaged what we call a CEO's reporting pack for CEOs to guide the CEOs on what they should be monitoring, what reports they should be requesting for from finance managers and so on, so that they are able to pick up these errors early enough in their executive management meetings and during their oversight activities in the operations of the health facilities. Honorable Chair, there were 4 facilities that were found to have a very adverse findings during the AG's audit. The first one is Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Hospital. We have taken a decision in line with our decision to enforce compliance and consequence management. 1, we have instituted disciplinary actions against the finance manager and the SCM manager. We've taken away the delegations from that hospital and given the delegations to the district office. We have moved out the whole SCM team, and now the responsibility lies with the district office to provide oversight over the day-to-day procurement processes of Mahatma Gandhi. Until such time, they will be found to have stabilized, they are compliant with the SCM and finance processes. We had to take that decision. That is also including KwaMashu Community Health Center, where there were gross findings in terms of performance information. We have an intervention team from head office that is actually working to turn around that situation and improve on performance information. The third hospital is Inkosi Albert Luthuli, where we found that there was an issue with the management of assets. historically where these assets were managed by an entity as part of the PPP agreement, but were not transferred across as into the asset register, as well as some of the capital works in progress. We have put in an intervention for that one, and it's one of the areas that we'll be discussing with the AG this afternoon. The fourth one is Dr. Pixley Semi Hospital, where there was a finding because there is space there that has not been utilized since the hospital was commissioned. There is equipment that has not been utilized since the hospital has been commissioned. Therefore, we've put in a plan there where we are looking at, with the posts that we are going to fill, we received some funding from the Office of the Premier to fill a few posts, about 959 posts, and 50 of those posts are specialist nurses and specialist doctors. We're going to take a few of those posts and commission pediatric and neonatal services at Pixley Semi, so that we can then relieve the load of pediatric and neonatal services from Mahatma Gandhi, which is currently over-congested. We have also started doing an inventory of the equipment that is there, and the team is working on identifying that equipment that is going to be used for pediatric and neonatal services, and leave what remains out of that is going to be distributed to other facilities. So, Chair, in a nutshell, or at a high level, this is what we have planned to do in terms of our audit recovery as a department. CFO now is going to take us through the specific findings by the AG, and CFO is going to concentrate on the finance part, and then I will come back and then take honorable members through the findings and our interventions on performance information. The rest of the reports, the one on the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is a register that we have attached, and then there is a detailed report on fleet management. I'm not sure whether Chair would like me to go through that one. And then the third report is the one which details the amount spent by department on legal matters.
Acting HOD, the floor is yours. We need presentations on those issues, so if you want to do it, or members of your team, it's entirely up to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I can just talk briefly on the fleet management report.
I think fleet management report, and then on the legal issue, the reason why you were asked is we try to assess medico-legal issues. And I see Norton Rose Fulbright have been involved there. So if you could just present on that, please. Thank you. And then also, I don't know who knew the question about UFIW was. We wanted the registers, and then we wanted a list of disciplinary matters that your department is actually undertaking.
It will come in as part of the
I think let's cover those three things then, please.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If we go to page what page is this? But the next section, there is a section that speaks to, I'm sorry, I can't see the pages, on the legal representation that was sought by the department in the 2024-2025 financial year. The first one is we have Norton Rose Fulbright, which was contracted to represent the department on various medical legal matters. The contract commenced in April 2019 and ended in 2022. And thereafter, we have a service level agreement between ourselves and Norton Fulbright. The hourly rates are 2,763 per hour for a director, 2,403 for a senior manager, 2,187 for candidate attorneys. And the total amount paid was 27,653,357. The next one is Linda Mazibu and Associates, also medical legal, appointed for medical legal matters. The rate was 1,668 per hour. To date, 268,000 paid. And then we have Emma Donsela and Associates, contracted for civil matters related to blood transfusion matters. This which required urgent applications to allow doctors to do blood transfusion where children, because we have got religious groups that do not allow children to be infused, and yet children are protected under law. And we had to defend this case. It was at 1,400 per hour and 419,898 paid to date. Then also MS Gwagwa attorneys, also appointed for legal matters at 2,250 per hour, 661,205 paid to date. SD Mloy and Associate for civil matters related to eviction, where we found that people occupying our residences illegally or have gone beyond the time that they were expected to occupy those residences, and we had to go to court to evict those people. Contracted at 1,800 per hour, total paid to date 847,917. PKX attorneys civil matter at 1,750 per hour, paid 57,186.91. Zigalala attorneys appointed for civil and labor matters. A legal practitioner was contracted for 2,000 rand per hour. Advocate at 2,200 per hour, paid 461,461,000 per hour per date. To date. The register on irregular expenditure was sent as a link. I will ask a CFO just to open it when he speaks to that, to the responses to the findings, and he will then be able to share with the honorable members the register on irregular expenditure. Over to you, CFO.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, AG colleagues, and all other invitees. I'll go through the AG findings and the responses by the department, giving update on what has been done or what is being done by the department. I'll start with the basis for qualified opinion. There were two items: immovable tangible capital assets as well as irregular expenditure. On the immovable tangible capital assets, there was a prior period error of 1 billion, 1.08 billion to be precise, as well as AG was unable to determine adjustments if they were necessary, together with supporting documents, to the immovable tangible capital assets of 8 billion, 8.10 billion in note 30. We have appointed, like the HOD has alluded, a permanent finance manager to account for we're in the process of appointing. We have actually issued an advert for a permanent finance manager to account for immovable assets as well as construction contract. We're in the process of monitoring and updating capital projects schedule. Some of these transactions are between the Department of Health as well as Public Works, so the two departments need to reconcile what gets completed and transferred over, so we update our own register. We are also meeting with AG as well as Provincial Treasury to resolve some of the differences and clarify some of the reporting requirements. On the irregular expenditure, the AG was unable to determine the impact on irregular expenditure stated at 2.34 billion in Note 25 of their financial statements, as it was impracticable to do so. We have acquired services of a director. This is not a new appointment. The director was responsible for Pfma management and has also been engaged now that the Pfma agreement has been finalized. All that's remaining is monitoring it. He's leading the team that is to fulfill all deliverables, whereby we go through every expenditure and do the proper assessment of whether payments amount to irregular, so that we can be sure that we identify, record, and report irregular expenditure completely. We are also embarking on the determination testing, whereby we should be able to state if there was any wrongdoing that came as a result of irregular expenditure, and if there was any material irregularity that then requires us to refer to the disciplinary action or any other enforcement or the relevant bodies for further investigations and implementation of recommendations from such bodies. We are also creating a dashboard. This has already been done to identify contracts that are about to expire or that will be expiring in the next 2 quarters, so that we can start the process of renewing such contracts like advertising and so on. And then we also have embarked in a process of ensuring that we speed up the procurement process, and Scopa needs to be aware that when awards are challenged by unsuccessful bidders, we need to stop and not award until the Ombud is issuing their own opinion or judgment. I'm going to proceed to the matters that fall under emphasis of matter, now that we are done with the 2 items that were basis of a qualified opinion. Accruals and payables not recognized. There were accruals and payables not recognized of 1.75 billion, which exceeded the payment terms of 30 days as required by the Pfma and Treasury regulations. The department has started the process of engaging some of the service providers to renegotiate the payment terms and periods, and also to add or amend or annex the agreements so that we are within the agreed upon payment terms. There's a summary of historical budget cuts valued at 9.5 billion, stemming from 2021 financial period and 21-22 financial period budget cuts, aggravated by the not fully funded wage agreements of 2024. We are in the process of monitoring and updating all invoices on the invoice receipts register. We're reviewing accruals and payables not recognized listing against supporting documents. On all invoices received are stamped as instructed by the Departmental Expenditure Management Policy to monitor the age and analyze such invoices. Another emphasis of Meta Point is contingent liability, where AG realized that we are a defendant in various matters of litigation. If you were to go with the letters of demand, we are exposed to the tune of 6.33 billion, and the ultimate outcome of such is unknown. These matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. The department allocates funds for medical legal claim based on annual disbursements and the best estimate instead of letters of demand in the financial statements. So this is what then brings about the difference, as this is an uncertain figure. Should we make a full provision for these figures and we end up not spending it, we would have to retain such amount on the side and be unable to cater for all other needs that are necessary for the healthcare provision services by the department. I will skip performance information and go to other matters. AG identified material misstatements on annual performance reports submitted for auditing, but that will be responded to on performance information. And then compliance with legislation. Annual financial statements were not supported by full and proper records required. So material misstatements were not adequately corrected and the supporting records could not be provided. So to cater for this or to respond to it, we have developed an audit improvement plan to resolve the findings relating to immovable capital assets, irregular expenditure, and all other items that were raised in emphasis of matter or raised by the Auditor General in the management letter. Expenditure management. Appropriate and effective steps were not taken to prevent unauthorized expenditure disclosed in Note 25 to the financial statements. We have developed and implement a financial recovery plan that seeks to reduce over expenditure. The financial recovery plan focuses on savings on the following items: goods and services, inventory and supply, subsistence and traveling allowance, training in-house and external bursaries, infrastructure projects at design stage, excluding critical infrastructure and equipment maintenance. Effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required. The majority of irregular expenditure was a result of continued use and payments made on expired contracts and various non-compliance with SCM prescripts. We've developed a dashboard for monitoring contracts so that they get renewed timelessly when expiring. This will substantially reduce irregular expenditure. However, it may not eliminate it due to the challenge that once there is a challenge on the award, we cannot continue with the award, but this must then be processed by the ombuds. We also embarked on training of various ends at district and facilities level so that officials cannot skip necessary processes when procuring. Effective steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as disclosed in Note 25. Most of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by interest on late payments for utilities, expired stock that the department was required to dispose of. Utilities and other municipal payments, such as your rates and taxes, including payments to ESCOM, must be finalized within 15 days of invoicing. If that is not done, these particular entities, your local government and ESCOM, charge us interest, which then results to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Our effort is to synchronize the meter reading dates, require capturing of such invoices at various facilities within 5 days, and also chase the capturing of such invoices so that we can then pay within 15 days, because the payments are done at the head office, but can only be done once the invoices are captured and authorized at the relevant facility level. In respect of the pharmaceutical products, there are certain drugs and medication that we must keep at a certain minimum levels, but there is no guarantee that they will be required before they expire. And those are emergency drugs that must be available in most or all the facilities. Example, antivenom drugs. That one becomes unavailable, but we have embarked on monitoring stock levels, supervising and visits to primary healthcare clinics, identify slow-moving stock and move it around when necessary. Payments that were not made within 30 days or agreed period after receipt of invoice as required by Treasury regulations. Cash flow constraints are causing such delays in making payments. We already alluded to budget cuts 2020, 2021 that then affected our future, and the partly funded wage agreement that then brings about the shortage of funds when you compare to the departmental needs, which then outweigh the current budget allocation and what the department received as a monthly cash so that they can be able to meet payment obligations within 30 days. Public money was spent without the approval of the accounting officer or a properly delegated officer. This finding was addressed during the audit. All letters of delegations were updated in line with the SCM delegations so that the two can be in agreement, and then delegations for payment of utilities at facility levels were given to CEOs and they are unlimited. And then internal procedures and control measures like attaching letters of delegations to all payment vouchers where approval was done by delegated official was instituted. Revenue management. Effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all money due. We have, in collaboration with Provincial Treasury, developed a management and a revenue enhancement plan where we are to optimize revenue and embark on a collection effort. We have exceeded the target for the first quarter, where we collected 124 million against the target of 117 million. We are expecting to continue on that trajectory, where we collect more and we collect everything that we are supposed to collect. A service provider was appointed in the past, and then we are also going to issue another request to tender for a service provider to contribute or assist us in appointing from road accident fund, in collecting from road accident fund and other relevant parties. Deployment of speed points to enable revenue collection or enhance it so that those who don't have cash, working hand in hand with Council for Medical Scheme to identify the insured patients so that we issue the relevant invoices and collect from relevant medical aids. We have developed and we're implementing a revenue management standard operating procedure that includes collection of all outstanding revenue. Asset management. Proper controls were not in place to safeguard and maintain assets. Processes and procedures were not in place for effective use of assets as required by Treasury regulations. These were previously audited. The assets were previously housed in a special purpose vehicle that was dissolved in May 2024 when the PPP agreement ended, and then we started a new agreement with the PPP whereby assets were supposed to then be transferred from the dissolved SPV to the Department of Health. We have since integrated those assets into the Departmental Assets Register fully. It was a huge volume of assets, and then revised the asset management policy and the standard operating procedure. These assets are the ones used at Nkosi Albert Luthuli Central Hospital. Specific information systems were not implemented to enable monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objective, and service delivery as required by public service regulation. We are continuing on the effort to fully digitize information management systems through eHealth project, including patient health records, procurement and contract management. Some of the goods and services of above 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids, and deviations were approved by accounting officer, but it was practical to invite competitive bids. The finding was as a result of urgent emergency-related instances necessitated deviation process. An example is your April 22 disaster that repairs and maintenance of flood-damaged facilities took longer than expected, although the intention initially was to procure such services under emergency conditions. Finalization of emergency bid took longer than 3 months, but we have embarked on an effort to finalize emergency bids within 3 months. Some of the contracts were awarded to suppliers whose tax matters had not been declared by SARS as in order. We have started a refresher training course and that has commenced across all districts, and also where necessary consequence
CFO?
management measures.
CFO, we have received a report. Can you please just, you don't have to read every single word, just maybe give us a summary of where you are to where you're going to be finished. I'm just mindful of the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
DBEC confirms compliance through printed CSD reports before the recommendations to award bids is done. Contracts and quotations awarded to bidders on preference points that were not allocated and calculated in accordance with the PPP policy framework. We have embarked on a training sessions, like I've indicated, on the awards that exceed 1 million. Some persons in service department had private business interest in contracts awarded by the department and failed to disclose such interest. There is appended status of action relating to such instances. 2024 financial year, there were 13 conflict cases. 6 have been finalized, 7 are currently underway. That's 23-24. 24-25, 77 cases, and a further 10. The outcome of these investigations will determine the consequence management measures that are necessary. Persons in service of the department whose close family members, partners, and associated private business interests or contracts awarded by the department failed to disclose such interest, as well as the response to the by the department is the same as above. Consequence management, evidence to support evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. There is Annexure C to respond to the list of consequence management and disciplinary actions taken. Internal control deficiencies, this is the last but one, Chair. Investigations, AG, as well as disciplinary committee recommendations are being implemented. Proper document management and record keeping. We are reviewing SCM policies, and we include finance and SCM-related documents, which will include a province-wide exercise to scan the files so that we have proper records and we issue them when they are required. SCM irregularities, awarding of contracts and staff management. We've issued a communique to the Office of the Premier requesting status of the progress report, where the Office of the Premier is investigating. SIU is also conducting some investigation into alleged fraudulent medical legal claims, and we are still awaiting reports from there whereby consequence management will be implemented. Thank you. We've come to the end.
Thank you. Okay, then finally, who's going to take us through the RT46 information? Okay, thank you. Once again, the members have the document, but if you can just refer us to the page and just give us an overview. The purpose of asking you about that contract, we are asking all departments that are coming here about the contract, is to establish the problems that it's causing, the non-functionality of vehicles, so that we can call a special Scopa meeting to actually try and deal with all these issues, because it's something that we obviously picked up during oversight that is very problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I will briefly table a report on the RT46 contract, which is fleet management. Honourable Chair and honourable members, let me start by saying we happened to receive a transfer from one of the departments of a director to the Department of Health, and the area of fleet management, we identified it as a critical area that requires the leadership of a capable and experienced senior manager. And that senior manager has been tasked with the issue of conducting a diagnostic exercise in terms of fleet management in the department. Accordingly, that diagnostic exercise has been done, which included a desktop analysis of the information around vehicles in terms of the number of vehicles that have been procured, the number of vehicles that are operational, those that are with repair mechanics. Also, we also have done a physical head count. The team led by the director has gone to a number of districts to go and do a physical head count of the vehicles that are with the department and the vehicles that are with the repair mechanics. On page 20 of this document is an analysis of the vehicles that are with the repair mechanics. Just in summary, we have a total of 4,138 vehicles, and that also include emergency medical services vehicles, of which those are 471. The 3,167 are general purpose vehicles. As of the end of September, 60%, which is 283 of the ambulances, were out of service pending repairs and maintenance. In addition, we had 249 EMS general fleet vehicles, which means those are the vehicles that we use for emergency response, for planned patient transport, which were out of service. Also, we had 783, which is 25% of the vehicles that were non-operational. And that is the list throughout the districts. And we also did an analysis of the top 20 merchants who were given the assignment to repair our vehicles. And that is the list on page 2021, with the highest one being with Alpine Commercial Mechanics at 52 vehicles. Now, so in terms of emergency medical services, we did an analysis of this total complement of the vehicles, where 205 ambulances, which is 43%, are serviceable and are roadworthy, with a recorded mileage of below 250,000. 126 of those, making up 27%, have a mileage between 250,000 and 350, and 138 have a mileage of exceeding 350,000. Now, those particularly, the last two bullets, because of the continuous use of the ambulances over 24 hours in bad terrain, further compromises the roadworthiness of those vehicles, and then also impacts on the ambulance response at times. So we have a list of a number of challenges that we have experienced under this contract, including amongst us delays in vehicle inspections by West Bank, inadequate inspection methodology, where we found that West Bank is using just observation, look and see assessments instead of using recent and up-to-date methodologies in terms of vehicle assessment. We also found that there is lack of leadership in West Bank in terms of contract management. There's incomplete and inaccurate vehicle information, and the vehicles that are from the state, the West Bank does not prioritize those vehicles. They prioritize others. And also the price discrepancies and benchmarking irregularities. So what we have done, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we wrote to West Bank, to the Executive Director of West Bank, and provided him with this report, and raised our challenges with West Bank. We also wrote to National Treasury, Contract Management, raising our discontent and unhappiness with this contract. What happened is that then a National Treasury convened a meeting between ourselves, National Department of Transport, as well as West Bank, to deal with these issues. That meeting took place on the 6th of October. And then West Bank committed to the following, that they are now going to deploy dedicated West Bank team to KwaZulu-Natal, because what we found is that in other provinces, West Bank has a dedicated team for the Department of Health, which they were not doing with us. So we raised that with them. They also agreed to do weekly monitoring meetings. So from that day, there's been weekly monitorings with West Bank and National Treasury. One of the meetings happened yesterday. The follow-up meeting happened yesterday with West Bank. And they've also looked at the issue of allocation of vehicles. within eThekwini, Ilembe, and so that not one service provider is given a large number of vehicles to repair, which they cannot cope with. And they've also committed to daily clearance quotations. They've committed to expediting repairs, prioritization of ambulances. I must say, I was in another meeting, a chair, I could not attend yesterday's meeting. But I can say that I think immediately after this meeting, we saw a good turnaround because for the first time amongst ambulances, we increased the daily operational ambulances, which had dropped down round to about 90s. It suddenly increased to 140 vehicles that were operational because quite a number of vehicles were returned to us. Also, there was a dispute between West Bank and one of the service providers that they had allocated, and that service provider had then kept our vehicles. We wrote to West Bank, we told them we want our vehicles back, and all those vehicles back have been brought back. Recently also they've committed to bringing back at least 10 of the vehicles. So with the intervention of National Treasury and ourselves, we are seeing a change in terms of how the vehicles are managed and repaired. But we have also said to National Treasury, National Department of Health, as Department of Health, we want to be part when of the process when they put up a new contract, so that we can ensure that these challenges we've been experiencing with the West Bank contract do not repeat themselves, or within the provisions of the contract, our role as Department of Health in terms of monitoring the performance of the contract is clearly defined. Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you. That is at least some encouraging news. Can we just quickly note as a resolution that we ask the department for progress reports on that issue? In other words, this intervention. So we will ask you to report back to us in 31 January. You will receive the resolutions, but I would like that to be one of the resolutions. That's the whole idea, is to try and fix the problem. Because at the moment, your report says there's 60% of... So can I just ask a quick question? Your report says 60% of ambulances and almost half of EMS vehicles are off the road. Has that now improved from the date of writing this report? Or does that include what's happened since the 6th of October?
Yes, Chair, most of the vehicles that we have received back are emergency medical services vehicles.
I'm saying, is that so? When was this report authored? How long ago? It was within last week.
Yeah, but the whole exercise was started, I think, around August.
No, I'm saying that right now, as we sit, we're still sitting at 60% of ambulances off the road.
No.
And half. Well, that's what your report says.
That has improved.
Sorry?
That has improved from the 60%. It has gone down.
Okay, well, before the end of today, I'd like you to give us just an updated figure on that, because your report, which I'm assuming was written recently, still says that it's 60-odd%. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. I think we've gone through all the presentations. So, members, it's now over to you. I see there are some members of the Portfolio Committee here, and I welcome you. We're glad to have you here because obviously you perhaps bear more knowledge than we do specific to health. But the methodology we use in Scopa is we allow the Scopa members to ask their questions first, and then we ask the members of the Portfolio Committee to come in. But can I please ask that when members of the Portfolio Committee ask questions, they ask Scopa-related questions, public accounts-related questions. If you're asking about whether the new hospital is going to be built or whatever, that can be done in your Portfolio Committee meeting. Let's keep it to public accounts. In other words, how have you spent your money? How have you looked after the money of the department? All right, so let's start. Come if you just keep a list for me. I've got Honourable Dirks, then Honourable de Klerk. Any other members right now? Honourable Gluwane. Honorable Magubane, Honorable Madlopa, Honorable Mkhize. Anybody on the platform? Honorable Mbata. You see, Honorable Mbata, if you were here, you could go first. I'm just joking. Okay. All right.
I know you're joking, Chair, but I can go first. Kidding.
No. First dibs is given to those who are in the chamber. Okay, so the way we also, acting HOD, just for you and your team, the way we ask questions is that they are back and forth if the member so desires. So Honourable Dirks will ask you questions. He might ask you a question back or forth. You don't have to come back to me. You can say through you, Chair, if you want to, but it's an interrogation, but it's a questioning session between you and the member, and when the member's happy, we move on to the next member. Okay. Thank you very much. Honourable Dirks, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me state from the onset here that what I'm going to ask today is not a reflection on the integrity of the MEC for Health. I personally believe that the MEC for Health have good intentions, that she really wants to turn the department around, because there's no politician that wants to fail, wants to be a failed politician. So I believe her intention is correct, and she have the right intentions. But I sense that somewhere along the line, that MEC are being misled by people in her department, and therefore I will have to ask these questions. So let me just kick off with the first question, Chairperson. I want to know from the HOD and all the members sitting down here individually, have you all submitted your e-disclosures, and when? All of you individually. That's the question, first question I'm asking. From everyone must answer that question. If they submitted their e-disclosures, and when?
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Member. Yes, we have submitted our e-disclosures. There is a set-down process in government whereby all senior managers must submit their e-disclosures by the, I can't remember the date, but we actually are monitored by DPSA and we submit our status. And as a department, by the time we finalized all SMS members.
No, sorry, I just want to know if you submitted disclosure, nothing else, from each member.
Okay.
And remember, you all are under oath. Just answer that question.
Honourable Dirks, can I perhaps just assist? I have no problem with your line of questioning, but the PSC report said that there were only 7 SMS members, senior management service members, that had not reported, and it doesn't list health as being one of the problems. It's got 3 from education, it's education, COCTA, and the Office of the Premier. So I don't know if you want to continue with this.
It's important to hear from these members that are sitting here.
Fine.
If there's just a yes or no.
No problems.
This is a yes or no question. I'm waiting for the answer from the members.
Okay, yes, acting HOD, just instruct your members to respond.
Each and everyone. Okay, I have submitted my e-disclosure by the required timeline.
This is yes or no.
CFO? It's just yes or no. Oh, just say yes.
I'm not aware of unsubmitted e-disclosure.
I just want a yes or no question. Have you submitted yes or no? Simple. Nothing serious.
Chair.
Yes, I submitted mine.
Yes.
Yes, Honourable Dirk, I did. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, yes, I have submitted mine.
Thank you, Chair. I have submitted mine.
Honorable Chair, members, yes, I've submitted mine.
Honorable Chairperson, I also have submitted mine. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair, can we have a straight, direct answer from the CEO, CFO himself? Yes or no answer. Impendulo.
CFO, please assist us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I need to go back and confirm the date of submission and whether I've
Chairperson, can I come in? Chairperson, can I come in? Can I come in, Chairperson? Please, Chairperson. Can the CFO be in order? It's a request. Can the CFO? No, Chairperson, wait.
Let me run the meeting.
No, I get you, Chair. I'm not running your meeting. No, don't worry, Chair. I'm not running your meeting. I'm not. This is the second member who's been asking one and the same question to the CFO. He cannot say he must go and check, he must go and do this. The question is, have you submitted it? The answer should be yes to his knowledge or no to his knowledge, not going back and check. Can the CFO be in order? That's all I'm asking for, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. CFO, can you answer the question? I mean, I know if you ask me right now if I've done my disclosure as a member of this House, I can say yes. It seems strange that a person who is a CFO cannot recall that kind of information. So do you want to leave this House with that impression? Surely you can commit one way or the other.
May I ask the question, Chairperson?
What is the question?
The question is, if I have made all the submissions as they fell due, and we get reminded whenever they fall due and submit, should I say yes?
Yes.
I've done that. Thank you.
All right. But it is concerning that you have such reluctance, I must say that. Anyway, Honourable Dirks, please continue.
Yeah, no, Honourable Chair, I'm just trying to understand the people sitting in front of us. That's why I'll first start with these questions. Then I'm continuing with this kind of questioning, just to understand who I'm dealing with here, who we are dealing with here, Chairperson. Mr. Mchali. I want to know from you, the previous HOD, Dr. Mchali, that was here before the last HOD, are you any relative of his?
No, thank you, Chair. Not he's in an African sense is my brother, but no blood relation that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks for answering the question. Then back to the HOD. HOD. When you were in charge of the district, the Tegwini district, there was an incident of theft of vehicles in that district of yours. Number of people was charged for that. Were you charged at any time while you were in charge of that district? Were any charges brought to you at one stage or the other? Not where you have been prosecuted, or I just want to know if charges was brought against you, and you're under oath. So think carefully before you answer this.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There were a number of vehicle hijackings in Tegwini, which were handed over to SAPS to investigate. There were also instances, I think when I was now here in head office, where at district office people came and took some vehicles, and those were handed over to security services and SAPS. Yes, I was charged in 2024 for signing an invoice related to Umzansi Mobile Healthcare Services.
Thank you for answering the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Let us go now. I will just deal, because I don't want to deal with all the issues here. I will just deal with some of the compliance issues relating to procurement processes. And that's why I asked you that question, Mr. Mchali. So I'll just have a few questions on the procurement processes. The unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, so it's unauthorized, it's irregular, it's fruitless, and it's wasteful expenditure not prevented in the AG's report. Now, my concern regarding this finding of the AG is that you have presented a plan here on how to prevent this here. Last year when you were here, I don't know were you the H, no, I don't think you were the HOD last year. Last year when the CFO was present, you all presented a turnaround strategy, and you all presented a plan to us how you're going to turn this around to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Today, again, you have presented us with another report at how you're going to do it. But when you look at the AG's finding, these are repeat material findings. So how do you expect us to accept that report that you are presenting to us, saying that you are going to, these are the plans that you'll have in place to turn this around, when next year we'll get another repeat finding? Was the AG is saying that's repeat findings here. So can you explain to me this here? When you have a plan in place on how to turn it around, but you continue to have repeat findings, why is that? And sorry, and that goes, let me just deal with all this. That goes also for procurement and contract management. That goes for expenditure management. It's continue, the repeat findings are continuing. You put plans in place, but these things are continuing. Why is it?
Thank you, Honorable. When we made commitment here, maybe, I don't know from the previous year, but it was in February, that we are going to put systems in place to turn the situation around. But the fact is that the quantum of the irregular expenditure, including the prior period error, prevented us from getting a clean audit, because we had started the interventions, I think around March or so. And by the time the audit was being done, we had not dealt with the previous year's irregular expenditure, and we're still working on it. And we had not at that time appointed a dedicated manager to actually lead the project in terms of irregular expenditure, and we had not solicited the support of Provincial Treasury. Now we are working together with Provincial Treasury. We have a dedicated director assigned to the project and is reporting to senior management on a regular basis. And we are also now going to work with the AG themselves in terms of agreeing on how to treat the calculation and what appropriate methodologies to use. At that time, it was a plan, but 2 months later, it was then the audit. We had not made much inroads into the plan that we had put forward. Now we believe that with the time we've had until the next audit, we will have made a difference in terms of reducing the irregular expenditure, including ensuring that there is compliance, because some of the irregular expenditure is related to non-compliance with the prescribed SCM guidelines and standard operating procedures. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so HOD next year, when we sit here, we can expect improvement.
Yes, Honorable.
Okay. No, thank you. I hope you're here next year so we can put this question to you next year again. Then there's another 2 questions that I need to understand. Let me leave this uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. No, but let me just deal with that one too. Let me deal with that one. The uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. The explanation from the CFO was that these were, by the way, there's a repeat finding here too. It's a repeat finding. Well, floods comes all the time. Because that's what the CFO's response was, that there was the floods that occurred, and then they had to do emergency procurement to repair the stuff. But when you run a department, you plan for these kind of eventualities. You either will go out on a tender process where you put a panel of contractors on a panel. In the event that you have this kind of thing where you have a flood and emergency, then you take from your panel. You'll appoint from a panel because you have been through the procurement processes. You don't wait for an emergency and then you now want to go and do this kind of uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, because it become unfair because of also the pricing that came in. Why does the department not have a panel of contractors in place why don't they have this kind of planning where they plan ahead for unforeseen circumstances, where perhaps there's a panel in place where you then use the panel, so you then don't get an audit finding because you went out on an uncompetitive bid because of the emergency. To prevent you from getting an audit finding, why don't you put a panel in place, or why was Public Works not used?
Thank you, honorable members, through you, Chair. We don't necessarily plan for natural disasters or acts of God such as your floods and epidemics. Hence, there is declaration of state of emergency coming. One of them was the April 2022 floods. By nature, construction contracts are specific. We can have a panel, but a CIDP grading, for example, of a certain level may not necessarily handle a project of another level. So that's why there is what you call site inspection and then determination of who is qualified to do what. We can set a panel, but it also does not take just one service provider. There's project management, there's consulting engineers, and so on and so forth. So it's very difficult to budget for such, and sometimes you budget for it, you must set some money aside, and it doesn't happen at the expense of other healthcare needs. And then that money gets recalled, you have to pay it back to Treasury if you had set it aside. Thank you.
Chairperson, one of our recommendations in our report must, because we heard that the department do not plan forward for disasters. So I know that municipalities, government departments, all must plan for unforeseen circumstances, for disasters. So we must put it in our thing that this department must start planning for the unforeseen circumstances, disasters, because they'll continue having this finding with the audit, because these things happen, and you must be prepared to when it happens. You can't then say no. It takes 3 months to go out on a, but you must have a plan in place. When you say you don't plan for this, it's a problem. It's a serious problem. So we must include this in our recommendations.
Honourable Dirks, can I just help you there? Acting HOD as CFO, do you have a disaster management plan? Do you have a document somewhere that is your disaster management plan?
Yes, Honourable Chair, we do have a disaster.
Okay. Right. I want to cut to the quick and back to on Dirks. Can I please ask that you, through your PLO, just send that to us?
Yeah.
So we can circulate it, then we can evaluate the plan and see whether it meets the muster.
Okay.
Thank
you for that, Chairperson. Then, it's just two more on the Honourable Chairperson of Finance. Just two more, then I'll conclude. I was just taking it slowly. I think that definitely you have to tell us today, this prohibited awards to employees. What is employees? And you know, how, I do not understand. You find out you'll find out in this financial year there was unprohibited awards to employees. Then you put mechanisms in place thereafter to prevent it from happening in future. But I don't think you have put any mechanisms in place to prevent it in future, because I see again the AGSA as repeat findings. These are repeat findings. So that means you are continuing giving employees of the department awards of contracts. But who are these officials?
Thank you, Honourable. From the AG's finding, we have a list of those employees, and they are in two categories. There are those employees who are from other government departments that are doing business with Department of Health. I have written to the various heads of department of those employees, alerting them to that, so that they can implement consequence management. There are 10 employees that were found to be doing business, DOH employees now, who are doing business. Those cases have been referred to our departmental investigation unit to investigate so that we can implement consequence management. So we do have a list of those employees.
Can you just explain to me lastly, can an employee of the department or any other state department, can they legally do business with the department?
No, they're not allowed.
They're not allowed. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Honourable Clerk. Thank you, Honourable Dirks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe if somebody can explain the following. There were certain recommendations made by the AG in 23-24. First one, leadership must provide adequate oversight and monitoring to ensure that action plans are implemented to fully address previous reported findings. So we're looking now at 22-23. We're now in 2025. So nothing that happened in 2023 was dealt with, and nothing that happened in 2022, 2023, and nothing 23, 24, and up till now, still nothing, because the Auditor General tells us that none of the prior year's recommendations have been effectively and consistently implemented. Why aren't you doing anything from 2022 until now? Explain that, please.
The department has been implementing the interventions.
Sorry, ma'am. I have to refer you once again. The Auditor General said none of the prior year's recommendations have been effectively and consistently implemented. That's my question.
I was going to continue and say, Honorable Member, that the department, as I'm saying, through its internal control unit, has been implementing the audit improvement plan, and also we had an internal audit unit that was also going around health facilities doing the internal auditing to actually verify whether the findings of the AG have been intervened on and are being implemented. Such that, as we say, from 2022, there are areas where there have been improvement, particularly around performance information. But I must admit that some of those interventions have not been sustained and have not been consistent in application across the department-wide. There are facilities that have improved, there are districts that have improved in certain areas, but because of the size of the department and the highly decentralized nature of the department, some of the interventions have actually not been institutionalized and sustained within our facilities. So our approach this time around is to make sure that whatever interventions we implement, we are able to sustain and institutionalize them. Hence, we are saying we are going to take even a group of 20 hospitals and actually work with them and try and instill and institutionalize these practices and making sure that all the findings of AG are responded to. And then whatever best practices we find, we replicate them across the department. Because there has been areas where there have been improvement and we can best learn from those. Also, by using a project management approach in terms of dealing with these issues, whether it's irregular expenditure, whether it's performance information, it will give us enough a capacity and knowledge to be able to learn what is best. We've also even engaged our research and knowledge management unit to actually do some operational research to see what are the root causes of us being unable to sustain our interventions. Is it leadership capability? Is it governance issues? Or is it resource issues? So that whilst we are implementing this intervention, we have scientific-based evidence that tells us where we are not improving and why. So that is why we are actually looking at implementing and establishing the work streams and complementing that work with the work that we are doing with provincial treasury. Previously, we were not working quite strongly and effectively with provincial treasury. But now we are actually focusing on having a provincial treasury holding us by the hand as Department of Health and working with us through all those areas. As it is, I've actually requested from the HOD Treasury to second a director to my office that is going to support and work with me in actually troubleshooting and monitoring the interventions that we have implemented. Thank you, Honorable.
Then my question is, the first recommendation last financial years, leadership must provide adequate oversight and monitoring to ensure that the action plans are implemented. That didn't happen, that's why there's a repeat finding. What did you do with leadership? Which leaders were taken to task? Which was called before a disciplinary hearing saying, we had recommendations from the Auditor General, you haven't complied, you will now be punished for that. Please explain to me, which leadership was it dealt with this issue, not complying with recommendations by the Auditor General?
Honorable, I do not have a report of such a consequence.
Just tell me one leadership person. And the leadership is the people here, HOD. It's you.
I don't think there was one because at that time I was not in the position to implement consequence management for this.
That's fine. You don't have to have done it. Just give me examples of that being done. Because if that doesn't happen, we'll come back year in and year out because nobody is taken to task. Nobody.
Maybe, Honorable, let me use myself as an example. I was charged for signing an invoice. So the previous HOD charged me for that invoice and I had to go through a disciplinary hearing. So there is one person who was charged and that is myself.
Then leadership needs to ensure daily controls are effective, implemented and monitored. That basically means you must do your job. You clearly didn't do that. The leadership didn't because there is a repeat finding. Why don't leadership ensure that daily controls are effective and implemented and monitored? Why?
From where I am sitting, Honorable, my observation and diagnostic is, as I have said, the culture of accountability and good governance has somewhat been compromised. That is why it's one of the first key areas that we are going to work on. Because you can put SOPs, you can put guidelines and so on, but when every single manager is not clear of their accounting role and we do not have governance systems in place that are functional and we don't monitor their functionality, we are going to have a problem. That is why the department has to go through a change management intervention strategy that will change the culture, the work ethics, the professionalism, and the governance issues in the department. We are working on that. We are soliciting support even from outside the department, from our partners and from academics in order to do an intervention that will actually turn the situation around.
So, actually, if I understand you correctly, the people don't know what their jobs are. They don't know their responsibilities. They don't know how to comply with what the Auditor General says. They just don't know. You have to get people from the outside to explain to them. How is that possible?
Honorable, it does happen that when we are within an organization, you continue to practice the way you are practicing. But sometimes you do require an external eye that will do an objective diagnostics around. Much as the managers know, they know, but then sometimes practices get entrenched. Sometimes the practices are outdated or do not keep up with the current demands and challenges of the department. Therefore, from time to time, you have to get experts that will come in and assist you in doing those things. For instance, we are working with the UKZN as an academic institution that is going to assist to look us in areas like EMS efficiencies, like your medical legal, and they've committed to assist us with doing proper diagnosis of medical legal issues, and then other areas that we would want to get more scientific-based information and interventions that will turn the situation around, rather than continuously sitting amongst ourselves and yet we are not changing the situation. We have to do something different.
I can just state, and I'll go over to my next question, it clearly doesn't work, because that's why it's repeated in the report. If we look at the Auditor General's overall audit outcomes, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 compliance issues, 80% of them had material non-compliance. Material non-compliance on annual financial statements, expenditure management, asset management, strategic planning, and performance procurement, contract management, and it just goes on. Material non-compliance. That's people that just say, I don't feel a damn, I'm not going to comply. Any of your staff in this department was any person taken to task for these non-compliance? Anybody called before a disciplinary?
Yes, Honorable, we have cases where we have taken people to task. As it is, there are 3 cases where 3 officials are being investigated for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And we are also, in addition to that, there are areas even where we are recovering monies from individuals. And it's part of the pack that we submitted. And we are continuing to do that. I do believe that once we finish our determination testing, which is also requires quite a lot of resources, and we are working on with Treasury, where we find any indication of non-compliance in the determination testing that is being currently undertaken by expenditure management with the support of Treasury, we will definitely implement consequence management.
Yeah. Now, on that issue of consequence management, and sorry that I'm harping on it, but it's important. The Auditor General, in his presentation to us in slide number 10, found the following. In the current year, the department continues to have repeat non-compliance findings due to management's failure to address audit findings at a root cause level and implement proper preventative controls. Which manager has been taken to task? Which manager? Because the Auditor General doesn't speak of low-hanging fruit, it speaks to the department's managers.
Honorable, I think, as I'm saying, once the determination testing is completed, because you have to investigate, you have to establish where there was non-compliance by a particular manager, when that particular manager has got the compliance prescripts in front of them and they did not do, we will implement accordingly. We're just waiting for the completion, but already, as I'm saying, we have 3 cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Because there was no consequence management, as the Auditor General has pointed out. In 24-25, on each the compliance findings on each of them was either a new material finding or a repeat material finding. That was material misstatements on submitted financial statements, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, procurement and contract. I'm not going to go through all of them, but it is serious transgressions, which even the Act, the Pfma says that there must be actions taken against a CFO or a HOD where there's material misstatements in submitted financial statements. Has anybody been taken to task on the material misstatements on submitted financial statements?
No.
You can't go worse than this. This is the worst a manager, a CFO, an accounting officer can be charged with. The worst. I would have expected the management to run towards an answer and to immediately take charge. Has anything happened?
Not yet.
You see, that's why it will not change, because you guys don't do the job. It's simple. If you do not do it, nobody will listen. If we look at, and I'm going to finalize now, just at the end of the report. If we look at the Auditor General's call to action, and it's on 4 items. And my question will be, what have you done regarding these? culture of no accountability and consequences. So there's a culture, as I state, no accountability or consequences. I've actually showed to you that it's like that in reality also. 2, ineffective resource management. 3, inadequate review and reconciliation or reconciling of transactions. And 4, inadequate analysis of budget during planning.
I will ask CFO maybe to add on to my responses, Honorable. But in terms of resource allocation, what we have done, we have set up what we call a resource committee, which is made up of not many people. It's one of the DDGs and the team from Budget Office who sit on a regular basis to look at what the service demands are and what the budget, what budget is available, so that they could make decisions in terms of how to allocate efficiently in terms of what is required.
But you are 100% correct on that. But the problem is that budgeting is a big problem because you do not foresee and make provision for the accruals. So that's one of the main issues. So you don't budget. You don't take consideration of accruals, and then the Auditor General comes and says that a great first part of your budget is eaten up by accruals. So I hear what you say, HOD, but they are failing. You're failing with the budget because that's why you've got a shortage of money. If you know there is budget cuts, if you know there is unfunded mandates in salary, you have to budget accordingly. If you know there's accruals and you clearly do not budget accordingly, that's why there's a shortage of money.
If I may, Honourable, through you, Chair, the department has had budget cuts from 2021. And those budget cuts have affected mainly compensation of employee because of the requirement by the department to pay for pay progression for staff, and also to pay for inflationary costs. Now, with those perpetual budget cuts from 2021, the department has not been able to recover. However, the service demand on the side is not reducing. The burden of disease and KZN Department of Health being a densely populated province, largely rural, with a high disease burden in terms of communicable, non-communicable diseases, trauma, the allocation is not in keeping with those service demands. We also, in terms of how the budget is allocated for Department of Health, other government departments in other provinces, the percentage allocation for KZN Department of Health is far lower from compared to other provinces, where the allocation for KZN Department of Health is around 31-32% of the total equitable allocation from Treasury. And yet, when you go to Gauteng, when you go to Western Cape, the allocation is around 36-37%. Now, this then perpetuates accruals in the sense that because we already have staff that we need to pay, and we have not been appointing staff in the Department of Health, at least for the last year, the last financial year. But because we have staff that we have got to keep in place, we then are forced to reprioritize budget out of the goods and services budget into compensation of employees, which then depletes the budget from goods and services. And this then is perpetuated. So until the baseline budget for the Department of Health is corrected, we will always continue to have accruals as a department unless the baseline is corrected, so that when we are able to fully fund our goods and services as per our expenditure patterns. Now, what we did when we were doing our budget planning this year, we decided that we at least need to fully fund compensation of employee to a certain percentage, and we could not fund the 1% pay progression and 5% wage agreement, which is 7%. But we said, let's fully fund the existing employees. We then had to reprioritize money out of the goods and services budget, which left the goods and services underfunded. But we don't sit. We have regular meeting where we look what needs to be done. Firstly, we said we will fully fund the non-negotiables. And the non-negotiables within Department of Health are those core services, your medicine, your surgical supplies, your cleaning, your food services, and so on and so on. And we protect that so that we don't run out of budget of that. However, because of limited budget, we ran out of budget for the negotiables, some of the negotiable items. Then we had to come back and sit again as the finance committee of the department, and now again start reprioritizing money between the negotiables and the non-negotiables. We will continue to do that until there is some consideration of reviewing the budget of the KZN Department of Health. We are not saying that we are going to be irresponsible because we have money now. It will come with stringent measures on budget planning. We have agreed with the budget team. I was talking to them the other day that we are going to do the same way we are doing planning. We come up with an annual performance plan for the department. We are also doing the budget planning where different components and districts have to come and present their budget bids to say, here is the services that I'm providing for so many people according to my head counts. These are my costs per PDE, and therefore I require this budget for 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where I'm going to reduce because it's possible to reduce here. So that when we plan for the next 3-year budgets, we know what it is from everyone, what is possible to do within the next financial year and the next 3 years, and so that we budget forward. If there are special projects, we will then know where do we factor them in the next 3 years, including how do we also deal even with the issue of the surgical backlogs, because those are, as I'm saying, the service demand is still increasing. People, when we go out into communities, they want clinics, they want mobile points, they want clinics to function 24 hours. Now, we as a department have had to sit back and think whether we need to implement a difficult decision, whether we have to reduce the operating hours of some of the clinics so as to reduce the cost on compensation of employees for overtime and so on and so on. We have a project where we are discussing...
Acting HOD, you know, we're not in a finance committee meeting. We are now talking about what you've done about the spending the money that you've actually got. And I'm sorry, I hear what you're saying, and a lot of departments have this problem. The public accounts is, we are interested in the expenditure of the money that you do have. So I understand, come to a finance meeting or go to the MEC or finance and say you need more money. But can we just get back to your questions and then to
Yes, I didn't want to stop the HOD. I'll just end off by saying, please go to the Auditor General. I'm sure they will help you because they called you to action on inadequate analysis of budgeting during planning. So they say you do not plan properly. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honourable Glungwane.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you and the colleagues. Hopefully, I'm not going to be as long as Honourable de Klerk has been. And I think, Chair, we really ought to be honest here. I'm sure we are not here to shout at the department and the officials, but to make them account. And I think we need to do that, which for me is very important. And there's a very clear distinction between the two, accounting and the shouting to our own, where they have to account, they ought to account the officials. So, and I think we need to guide each other in that respect, so that when everyone comes here and knows that it's where they will account, not really being shouted at. Unfortunately, the HOD acting has just defeated me in a way. She said we will not, or we will continue to have accruals until the budget is corrected. I do not know what is that supposed to mean. Because the department is given an X amount of budget that they have to, go and provide services. They can't go beyond what they've been given, but this is what they've been doing. You are given this much, and you go beyond that. And it means there's no proper planning, or they are planning to fail. This is where I've got a problem. If the HOD says, of course, we are coming from the austerity measures, I accept that. Look, what we normally do, we're unable to do with what we've been given. And I think AG agrees on that. That there have been serious budget cuts over the years. And I think AG somewhere mentioned that. And when the department says we have unfunded mandate in terms of the COEs, so much, and therefore, as the HOD was saying, that explanation, it occurs very well with us to say, with these challenges, you are saying we've got so much illegal immigrants that are sitting within our system that are eating, that because you can't count the illegal immigrants because they are not there. You do not know that you are going to service them. When you service them, you service on the budget that we have given you. Those explanations ought to be coming forward to say, look, we are really burdened with unfunded mandate, because those illegal immigrants are unfunded mandate, and they must not be, be part of the problem that we have. We are under austerity measures, and therefore you've got an additional burden that you ought not to, take. And I think if that discussion is coming from that level, I tend to accept that those challenges from the department, we see the challenges. But that statement, to me, does not sit very well. That you are saying you are going to continue with the accruals. You see, I must tell you, these accruals are increasing. They are not decreasing. To saying that you are managing your budget appropriately. And this is where, Chair, I'm very, very, very worried. And in particular, it says you've got the accruals that are increasing, accruals and payables not recognized that are over 30 days. You know what it means? It means you've kept invoices before the end of the financial year so that you can balance your expenditure at the end of the financial year. You just kept, not for 1 month, not for 2 months. When they say, those accruals and payables not recognized over 30 days, it then means it has been it could be more than a year, in fact, that you have kept those invoices because you want to balance your expenditure so that you do not show that you have overexpended. So you rather kept those ones. I've seen in your plans and would hold you responsible with those plans, with what you are saying. Because next year we're here, Honorable Chair. So this, what you say, what has happened, because as Honorable Dex was saying, that in some of these, you are repeat, I don't want to say offenders, but it's are repeat findings. When it says are repeat findings, it means you were telling us the same story last year, which you are telling us this year. But you can't repeat that story next year. I'm not sure if you are aware that that story can't be repeated for next year. And for me, this is the worry. As I learn, Chair, just two questions that I want to ask. The first one is, you've got your own internal controls person. With all of this, that is what is happening. What are you doing with what we see here? It doesn't seem that the internal controls are happening, or that unit working. Is it working? What is it that is doing? When we see all of the leaks, I don't want to mention what Honorable de Klerk was mentioning, and all. To me, it says the system internally is not working. Is it working? Do we have a fully fledged? The person occupying this position says he has been there for over 15 years. Does it mean that HOD, what you were saying, that sometimes you become part of the system that does not work? I think you mentioned something like that, that you wanted to have people from external, because sometimes we become of a process that is no longer functional. Does it mean that your internal control unit or section is non-functional? I'll come with the last question. I would really be grateful, very happy if you, but the person who occupies the position, answer this question. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable. Mr. Roger Knight will respond on exactly what they do throughout the year and what they do when they receive the auditor's report. But yes, we do have an internal control unit, but the challenge there is that it is inadequately staffed. Except for himself and one or other two managers, we are using interns that come in there. So because of financial constraints, we have not been able to fully resource the internal control unit. He can then add in terms of what the internal control does. Roger?
No, Honourable Chair. And thanks, Judy. I think maybe, Honourable Member, just to maybe explain, and I'm not going to take too long to explain this in the form of trying to make excuses. We've had resources, and ultimately those resources get picked up by various other departments as well, by virtue of what we do. Internal control covers everything in the department, whether it is HR, finance, supply chain. So we test basically controls, the implementation of those controls, and effectively what we then do is, if there are deficiencies, then we implement the necessary additional controls. Yes, HOD has actually mentioned that I've just basically got two other managers, but we have as a department embarked on a process with Treasury. We have appointed, initially it was 21 unemployed graduates. We've trained them, we've actually now qualified them, or should I say, we have certified them with the Institute of Internal Auditors. So they understand fully what they are required to do. So I've got 12 of them at the moment. and with that being said, I think maybe to look at what we have been doing in the past. We went from having a qualified audit opinion, and subsequently 2 years ago, and this coincides more or less with the work that we have been doing with the additional staff We were able to unqualify the department. Yes, there were findings, but they weren't material. We basically, yes, we've now, for the 24-25 year, we've regressed a bit. And I think the key issue here would be, what are we going to do about it? We've got an improvement plan, a very detailed one. And what we are doing is we've issued that improvement plan, and this not only on the audit findings, it is basically covering, not findings in the audit report, but it covers all of the other findings, the little findings that were picked up in different hospitals. We have since issued that out, and what we are looking at now is getting status updates from facilities. Over and above that, getting a status update doesn't mean it's been implemented. So the team is going out and validating implemented controls. Over and above that, we are also looking at validating all of the accruals, all of the irregular expenditure, fruitless wasteful expenditure, more especially those that contribute to the AFS disclosures and where the possible potential qualifications are, to making sure that we are reporting correctly. So those are there are lots of other interventions. I think also, if you're looking at in terms of covering performance information, there's been a marked improvement in interventions that we've actually, as a department as well as internal control, have implemented to reduce findings. So if you're looking at in terms of patient files, we looked at controls that were missing. We've actually went and strengthened those controls at facilities. Safe to say that the AG can confirm this as well, that patient files are no more a problem, meaning being available for the auditors. I think the most amount of patient files that we had was, I think, about 4 in the last audit that were not presented, but we did present alternative evidence. So there's a lot of things that we are doing. The key issue here is to also identify officials who do not actually fully understand what they're required to do. And there what we've done is recommended to our different units to embark on training. And supply chain management has been doing that since July, whereby we have looked at the findings and they have gone out now to strengthen the control environment by actually alerting all of those officials in that environment as to what is required. So I think in a nutshell, we basically are doing a whole host of internal control assessments to confirm whether the controls are working. And if it's not working, then we engage with facilities immediately to look at where are the problems, what are the root causes, and fix those. And I think, as I did indicate, that has actually helped us to overturn qualifications in the past. And I think the intention this year would be to go the same route as well of strengthening controls, but more so also to try and ensure that we do not get a qualified audit opinion, especially with regards to those 2 that came up. I hope I've actually answered your question, Chair.
Yeah, HOT, I can tell you, and I'll be very honest with you, that you do not have the internal control. With the 690 million of irregular expenditure, it tells me that you do not have internal control. I'll be very honest and be frank with you. You need to start afresh that unit. It's non-existent. That's what I can guarantee you. And I'll come back in the next session on this matter to prove to you that the internal control does not exist in your department. The last question, Chair, probably would be just in relation to the issue of the e-health. Probably just to be briefed, how far is it in terms of because it's got a serious impact on litigation, and the availability or on the litigation on the medical legal claims, because it talks about the availability of the information. The majority of the cases where the department is found wanting is that it can provide information or patient information when there are these litigation issues. And those that take the department into task legally, they know that you do not have this particular information. Probably that would be my last question, Chair. Thank you so much.
Please respond, Mthuli.
Yeah, Thank you, Honorable. Maybe if I can just clarify the issue of accruals, that what I meant was that not that we plan to have accruals, but because accruals become first charge in your current year budget allocation, you then reduce the budget for that current year by the amount of the accruals, which then means that for what you had budgeted and planned for, you can no longer now fully fund because there was top slicing from the accruals. Therefore, then what you need for the following year, for the current year, and then is not adequate. Maybe that is what I meant when I say it's going. So, in order to do away with that, you have to then find money to clear the accruals, which from the Minister of Finance, we would have received from the 20.7 billion that has been allocated, and Department of Health, KZN, was allocated 808 million just to deal with accruals from the Department of Health. We would have cleared less than $1 billion of the accruals, but there are some other challenges that have come up. So that is what I meant. Then in terms of internal control, we are working on strengthening the capacity of internal control. I think I alluded to that in the department, in the earlier presentations, but also ensuring that the work of internal control permeates through the department. They don't work alone, because sometimes what they do, if they develop audit improvement plans, they go to facilities or wherever, and they are not working as a team between service delivery and internal control. Then the work of the internal control unit gets undermined. So what one is working on is that, yes, we have limited capacity in internal control, but we can complement the work that they do by getting the managers responsible for operations, finance managers, to actually work with them to ensure that whatever interventions they implement are effectively monitored for results. In terms of e-health, we are still working around only the 42 hospitals in terms of e-health because of the limited budgetary constraints, and we're unable to actually expand throughout all the other healthcare facilities. Yes, we do need a digital system because, for instance, we have been discussing extensively around the issue of Logis, which is a system that is going to assist us in terms of capturing requisitions, ensuring that every order that is placed against a budget. Now, our rollout of that system is limited by the issues of capacity, by the issues of funding in terms of the digitization. For instance, we went on a benchmarking visit to Gauteng about 3 weeks ago, and one of the important things that we learned was that in Gauteng, invoices don't go through any man. The service provider captures the invoice himself, so that it's not delayed in any office, it's not in any desk or whatever. However, even if those challenges are there, we are putting up system to make sure that those things can be done manually. In terms of the medical legal claims, I think we have turned the corner in terms of cases where we have to concede liability because the records have not been available. We put up a policy and standard operating procedures for management of records. we put in procedures where managers secure any file that has a potential of a litigation, such that in the last year, we only had one case where we had to concede liability because of absence of records. The rest of the cases are as a result of quality of care, which we are also working on in terms of strengthening our clinical governance, ensuring that we have the right skills, we have the right equipment in place. However, we are agreeing that if we can digitize our systems, particularly around finance and SCM, as well as also in terms of medical legal, we will really make a difference in that. We have started the process of recruiting a chief information officer for the department, and we are hopeful that if all goes well, that critical manager that we need in the department to lead the department ICT strategy implementation will assume duties by the 1st of December. Latest, it would be by January, because even if we have got all these things that we are thinking of and doing, we need an appropriately skilled and experienced manager to lead the departmental ICT strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Plugwani. I think we're now moving to Honourable Magabani.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Hey, it's been long. Questions from the members. I'll cut many that members has already asked and discussed on. I just want to check first, Honourable Chair, is the MEC online? She's not online. Honourable Chair, we can discuss and talk many things. There are commitments that were done by the MEC on previous AG's opinion, and after the recommendations that were all done by the AG, to take one, leadership comments to provide adequate oversight and monitoring to ensure that action plans are implemented to fully address previously reported findings relating to procurement and expenditure management. That's some of the commitments from the MEC. But we won't lie, Chair, it won't materialize if the attitude and the behavior is not changed from the directors and the management itself. From here, from the head office. The issue is here. The issue with health department is here from these officials that are in front of us. No one else. It's a pity that it's you, only HOD, that needs to respond to all these questions. But the opportunity must be given to the SEM director to respond on some of the questions. And also the internal controls director to respond on some of these questions, so that we hear from the horse's mouth as to what is going on in the department. Because the issue is not only on your side as the HOD. You are just acting, you just came now. But some, they've been there. And the problems lies with them. And the MEC will not achieve these commitments if she's still having these officials in the department. One question, first one. Was there a policy committee that was established and it has been recently dissolved? It was dealing with anything that has got to do with policy or procurement procedures or anything. Is there any policy? I can even direct it to you, CFO. Is there a policy committee that has been dissolved? Who constituted that committee, and why was it dissolved?
Thanks, Honourable Member. Through you, Honourable Chair. We have had a policy committee that was led by Mr. Mtambo, who had since retired. They were reviewing policies, but that does not necessarily amount to us not reviewing policies as and when time falls due. If there's change in legislation, I'm not aware of any.
Chair, I'm getting explanations now. I asked a simple question. Was there a committee that was dissolved? Who constituted that committee? We need to be direct so that we can have a way of asking other questions.
I fully agree. CFO, no long, just answer the question. So yes or no type question. Was there a committee? Was it dissolved? You don't need to tell us why. Maybe that'll be the follow-up question.
There was a policy committee. It has not been dissolved, but we lost the chairperson and one other member. So I'm in the process of reviving that policy committee. It is in place. It has not been dissolved.
When was the last meeting of that committee without that chair? The last meeting without the chair. Just want to check something.
I would have to go back and check, Honorable. I don't have the information right now. But when I came into office, I did not get that it was dissolved.
So in basic terms, you came in office in February, HOD. So that committee has not set since February. Now we are sitting in October. It's a policy committee. Count out that there is no chair of it. That committee has not set ever since February. So there's no committee. Do you agree? Chair, through you. Is there a committee or not?
HOD, is that true? I mean, if the committee has not sat since February, then it's whatever its official status is, it's certainly non-functional. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it has not set.
Okay, that's fine. Honourable Magavani?
Thank you, Chair. So there's no policy committee. Actually, the committee was dissolved. That is why the commitments of the MEC will never be achieved. Because we cannot politicize these things. We need sometimes to talk reality. Whatever the MEC has committed with these officials, it won't materialize at all. The second question, have you ever charged from your CFO or your HOD any of these officials that are in front of us for anything related to the material finding that we find ourselves having to read those reports or from the AG that talks to, in particular, the internal controls that are failing the department? To be specific on that, we're having internal control and a director internal control, whereby the AG is going to highlight a finding that there are some even documents that are contrary on the material equipment that needs to be accounted for on the financial statements and everything of the department. Have you ever charged any of those ones for these findings or anything related to it to see if these ones are being officials are being held accountable? Is there any charge that is directed to any of these officials?
Thank you. We've implemented the recommendations, specifically SIU recommendations where they say officials must be charged. They were charged. I'm talking about this particular financial period under review by AG, which ended 24-25. They were charged according to that. Our HR is the one that was leading those charges and disciplinary hearings. When it comes to the internal control
Chair,
was sitting with.
Chair, which officials? Are we talking about the officials that are here? Or you're talking about other officials?
SCM officials
that are here,
including the chief director that's here. Thank you.
I'm not getting it, Chair. Is the chief director being charged on anything relating to the findings or anything that has been noted? on the AG's report or anything that is in relation to SAM issues? Is there a charge against?
The breakdown in the system of internal control, and as reported by the AG, did not recommend charging. It recommended consequence management. SIU reports recommended charging, and it was implemented.
I'm satisfied, Chair, with the answer. Let me continue. But I just want to give this committee a clue that the problem here is sitting with the officials. It's sitting with the officials. If we to deal with the issues on this department, it's to start with the senior officials that we're sitting with here. Then we'll find a way forward. On the issue of SCM, procurement management and the contract management and all the violations of the key legislation on it, Director of SCM, how come on your existence as the director, having the years you're having in this position, how come do you get contracts being awarded to suppliers that have not been clearly declared their status by SARS and that are contrary to the requirements of the treasurer in terms of the Pfma? How come does it happen while you are there as the director on the SCM? What's happening?
No, thank you, Chair and Honourable Member. One of the critical issues that we are facing and perhaps trying to deal with, the decentralized nature of our department makes it very, very difficult and challenging to get a hold of what is happening on a daily basis. Now, I need to qualify that, Chair, in the sense that a lot of these findings are not findings that necessarily happened at head office. So in other words, it's findings that would have happened at facilities that have full delegations to start and finish an SCM process. So in a way, it's one of the reasons I think HOD alluded to the fact that we are trying to implement some level of automation, because we are doing approximately between 750 to 800 transactions every single day across 104 cost centers. And all of those processes are manual. And there are approvals and awards at all those different places which do not necessarily come to head office. So I think, as been correctly said, is that how do we put in that environment for reporting internal control or the control of environment, which will allow us to be able to see transactions that should not have gone through prior to them going through. So I think with that, Chair, yeah.
Director, in short, let me assist you. You're trying to tell us that you've got no way of controlling it. Anything that is outside your head office parameters or vicinity, you are unable to control it as the director in this province. That's what your answer is. You're saying there are many facilities, some that they can start a level from level 1 up to a final stage that you don't even touch them. So you're trying to tell us that you've got no control. As the SCM director in this province, you've got no control out of anything that is outside your vicinity or parameters as the head office. That's what you're saying.
Okay. No, Chair, if I may, I think I did qualify it. And I said, when I started the response, I said that it's a challenge that we are facing. So it doesn't say that necessarily that we have no control. We still remain responsible at head office. However, those transactions, it's very difficult due to the huge volume to be able to know exactly what is going on a daily basis in a manual system. And it's what we are working on to try and get visibility of those transactions before they become problematic.
Last question. Who's
Yes,
interim chair?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here. I'm in charge.
okay.
Yeah.
The chair is back interim.
Yeah. No, I'm in charge. I'm in charge. Your last question, Chief. I'm still in charge. I have not handed over.
The last question. Chair, then I'll give an advice to the MEC. Then on record, they will give it to her so that she will know where to start from. The IT position is very much important, HOD, because you on your presentations you talked about many establishment of standard operational procedures that you're coming with, which involves registers, lot of registers on payment contractors, registers on database that needs to control so that you can be in line with the recommendations of the AG. There won't be any delays and all that, and the contract management will also be controlled through the register. But do you think that is feasible if the IT position is not filled? Do you think that is feasible because the only mandate that can control all those processes must come right from the top, then it's going to be a top-down approach. Because the mandate, the person who's going to be the IT director, whatsoever position is going to be on, that will be the one who will be speaking the mandate of the department, cascading it down to the regions, to the districts. Because if there's no that position, then there's no way out. You can have registers that are there, but if they still even manually, no one is able to see that register while sitting in Durban, talking to the register that is sitting in Vryheid, talking to the register that is sitting in Kwanongoma, and then we still got a problem. So you need to know where to start off from now, HOD, in order to fix these issues. But it starts as well with the officials that are right next to you. It starts from there. If the discipline is always going to be pointed down there in the district and not near your seat, going towards your left, then we'll have a problem in this department. But my advice to the MEC, in order for this department to work out better and we see better tangible results, there must be performance measures that are put in place for these directors that are in front of us. Because these performance measures, because when you're putting measures, Chair, it's more like an examination. It's to test the understanding with little motivation and focus. That's the only reason. And people who will sit on position and not being examined or measured, they tend to relax. They tend to relax and do nothing, even if they can see that there are problems. Sometimes they are the problems themselves, or they are the ones who are part and parcel of the problem because they are not being measured. The MEC must measure. There must be measurement of these directors that are in front of us so that the department can achieve their commitments. If that doesn't happen, then there will be no change because we're going to be fighting every time, not that we're not going to hold the political heads accountable, we will, but we can see the behavior. The reports are telling us that there is a problem with the behavior from the officials. So we need to deal with the behavior as well of the officials, but it starts from here. It cannot be pointed somewhere else in the district without it being rectified here from the provincial level. So the MEC must take measures on this, and the committee of this department must also be part so that there can be accountability. The chair of the committee is here. Can't be more of, he's a strict person, but it's going to be more of a controversial picture if the department is like this. Because we must hold the department accountable. Must hold the department accountable. But the officials' behavior is another sign. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, you're quite correct. And one of the things that I'm disappointed with today, before we go to the next question, is that we asked you for a full register of your UIFW. And the whole morning, Cabo and I've been trying to find it. And then we were finally told by one of your officials here that you haven't signed it off yet. And that's why we don't have it. So we can't test it. So, you know, it's that sort of thing. It should have been ready with us long before. You refer to annexures in your document, but that annexure folder has not been signed off by yourself, acting HOD, according to your officials. I'm not going to get into that fight because it's not my fight. Right, who's next? Okay, Honourable Matlopa, you've waited long and hard. Okay, sorry, members, I just want to make this clear. We are here to engage with this department. So if we carry on until 4 o'clock this afternoon, I have no drama. I'm sure some of you might, but the point is, I'm glad we are putting the department under pressure, which is a good thing. But as Honourable Klungwani said, let's be polite, but hold people accountable. Okay, Honourable Matlopa, I'm sure you will be the picture of politeness. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the HOD and your entourage, ma'am. Thank you very much for the reports that you have presented to respond to the challenges raised by Auditor General. And we appreciate that plan that you have reported here, HOD. I must tell you that to be in a leadership, it's a package. They are good and bad. You came yesterday, but you have to account. Because to us, accountability and consequence management is key. But we really appreciate even responses that you have raised. Chair, you know what makes us to conclude that the Honourable MEC will not achieve, you know, the clean audit in this juncture. It's because of the report of the Auditor General that says to us, I don't know whether he copied from me because I was talking about performance contracts. Because what made us to say that is due to the report that we got, that the management, all this thing that has happened would not have been here. What brought us here is due to the management failures to address audit findings at all levels. So this thing tells us that no, if the management is not going to assist the political head of this department, I think we must have a concern as honourable members. Because when things goes wrong, we point to politicians and leave the people that are really supposed to do the work. Chair, I want to check here. The HOD, I think also I must talk like Honourable Dungwana. You know what you have raised on HOD in regard to the baseline budget that need to be corrected. Firstly, I want to check if you were to correct these challenges due to financial constraints, what amount of budget you will need. So that all of us, we understand, you know, to say that to turn around this department and assist the HOD, what amount is required to deal with this particular matter. I will also go to the limitations or on the department limitations regarding the budget. You know, there is an indication here in the report that there is 5.6 billion projected budget overspent due to various issues which has engulfed the department, like the historical budget that you have shared with us. What one is interested in, has the department had any engagement with Premier and the Provincial Treasury in finding an amicable solution to this crisis? I'm asking this because you have come up with a new turnaround strategy as a new HOD, but you are promising us that you want, when you come next time, there is a change and improvement. But if this is not yet done, maybe we'll have the challenges for you to come back and say the very same report appear as such, if there are no financial assistance around this particular matter going forward. Secondly, what is the National Department of Health and Treasury's response in relation to the predicament that you are facing as the province and the Department of Health in KwaZulu-Natal? Maybe if we can hear that, because these historical cuts is really affecting the department dearly. The other one, Chair, is around the issue of the special intervention in irregular expenditure. Chair, I want to know when will the task team that you have presented, Madam HOD, on irregular expenditure going to commence to start its work? Because knowing that, we must know the time frame, so that when you start a turnaround strategy, we know that you have the team that will deal with the issue of irregular expenditure, because this is what is a concern with the Auditor General and all of us going forward, even yourself, as you were indicating in your presentation. The second one is, has the project manager been appointed to deal with this thing? If not, when will they assume their responsibility? We must really understand that one, Honorable Chair. The other thing, in the report, you have indicated that the Department of Health, you have indicated that 7 cases of legal representative you had. There were only 7. And you indicated medical legal or whatever on that one. What we want to check is that how many cases you won and how many you did not win. Also, if there are those that you won, did you really recoup the monies if you did win those particular Chair? The other one also, Chair, is the issue of these asset register, because it's the one also that put you here where you are today. I'm not sure, because to me, in the previous auditor's report, I think you were fine. It's one of the reversals this time, the asset register. But now I hear in the report indicating that there are formulas, and methodology that is now a problem. But in 2023-24, why did you get it right if now we are not getting it right? This is a question that we must really understand. Chair, but I will say, because there are so many questions that we had, but understanding what you have said, that when you come next year, we'll get a different picture. I think we want to support you to say, please continue to deal with these matters. I think it must day and night work with your staff. But we are really not happy with the performance of your team. We must indicate that. We had a lot of questions that we want to direct to each of them, but we can see that it's not going to help us now. We must focus on what you have presented us here as a turnaround strategy, and also on the timelines on some of the things. Like you reported that on the 7th of August, you met with a treasury, and promised to give you resources, you know, but we are not sure whether they have fulfilled that promise to give you. Maybe if you can share with us. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Acting HOD, your response. Can you please just make it as concise as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable
Thank you.
Chair, and thank you to the honourable members. The amount of budget required so that the department has a balanced outcome, we need about 7 billion. Already, as we are saying, 5.6 is accruals. To clear the accruals and then to be able to fully fund COE, and so that we are also able to find goods and services and we don't have to move funds in between. We need about 7 billion. In terms of the engagement with the Office of the Premier, I think we have had maybe 4 or 5 engagements with the Office of the Premier, with the Premier himself and the MEC for Treasury and HO Treasury to discuss the financial status of the department. That is where a decision was taken to mobilize funding from the other departments for Department of Health to fill posts, and we received an amount which has been officially communicated to us during this budget adjustment period of 154 million, because we could not fill even a single post. So with that 154 million, we are going to appoint 959 new personnel. In addition, also, we had made a request to fill about 400-something posts from the conditional grant. As I'm sitting here, 20 of the medical officers amongst that lot have been appointed, and they've started, resumed a duty, I think, last week. So we are continuing to appoint, including, if I may, I see that honourable member has gone outside, including the post of the CIO. We have shortlisted for the post of the CIO. We are interviewing next week on the 28th. That's why I was saying we're hoping that by the 1st of December, this person will assume duties. So the Executive Council has taken a number of decisions to assist as Department of Health to alleviate our financial situation. In addition, there is also that 20.7 billion that the National Minister of Finance pronounced, and it's 6.7 billion per year over the next 3 years. And last week we had a meeting with the National Minister on the sidelines of the National Health Council, where we were informed of the amounts that are allocated to KZN. KZN is going to get about 1.39 billion out of that. But there are already commitments that have been made, one of them being the appointment of doctors and nurses, the absorption of community health workers, and the clearing of the accruals. However, that has been hampered by the fact that we had to appoint, we have a statutory obligation post that we have to fill for medical interns and ComServe. And because of limited budget, I wrote to National Department of Health and said we cannot fill, we do not have the money, we do not have the required 1.4 billion to fill these statutory obligation posts, which is a sad fact because these are statutory. So we had a meeting with National Department of Health. So as a result now, we have to repurpose some of that money that is meant to clear accruals in order to appoint those in medical interns and ComServes. So we are in engagement with the Office of the Premier and the Treasury to raise our issues. The special intervention on irregular expenditure, that intervention, honorably, has started. It started immediately post the audit, and we received the audit results. The team is working on it. Mr. Ndlovu here is one of the team members. The project manager that I had to reassign from Inkos Albert and bring back to head office to lead that project has already started with that work, and there already is a project plan in terms of that irregular expenditure intervention, and they are supported by Treasury in that work. In addition, we are looking, because it's quite work that is quite involved, we're looking at getting additional interns, because as we are saying, we are a highly decentralized department. We've got thousands of transactions that happen in our facilities on a daily basis. And to go through each and every transaction and do the determination testing requires an army of people. So we've agreed that we are going to mobilize interns across the province that we have, and even in our next year's allocation of interns, we are going to assign them towards this project so that they can do the work that's supposed to be done. I think I will ask Ms. Mngeti just to give a report on the medical legal cases, how many we have been able to win and how many that we have not been able to win. CFO is going to answer on the issue of the asset register, the issues about the calculation methodologies and so forth.
Thank you, Honorable Member, through you, Chair. On the immovable property, I just want to indicate the additional challenge that may have contributed towards the qualification. The financial manager, who was a deputy director in infrastructure, resigned, and we had a vacancy, as well as the manager who was dealing with irregular expenditure had an accident and went on a long-term sick leave. She was off for more than a year. We're still not sure if she'll be back. And then on the movable property.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. My question was clear. I said the department has reported to us that there were 7 cases, seven legal cases. I'm checking out of 11. Others were indicated that had got a big amount, that they have to pay for that. I'm checking how many cases that the department won and those that they lost. Lastly, if there are any that they won, did they recoup the funds for the department? That's the question. Not a person that is on leave, they are not sure when he's coming back.
Honourable Matlopa, 100%, simple question. Out of X cases, how many have you won? And those that we won, how much did we recover? This sort of information should be at your fingertips, CFO, or somebody in your team. This should not be, and we don't need long stories and who's on leave and what. Just give us the information. You're the CFO.
Okay, thanks. I was still responding to the questions.
No, please respond precisely.
Irregular.
Precisely. CFO, do not cut across me. Do not make that mistake, sir. Please. Respond precisely and concisely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The one on medical legal will be responded to by Tembega, the acting chief director on legal. That is what the HOD has directed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. With regards to the medical legal cases that have been with Norton Rose has actually been assisting the department with the matters, and during the period 1 April 2024 to 31 March 2025, 14 matters have been dealt with, whereby there was a reduction of a contingent liability of 219 million, where Rule 37B was applied. and also opposed the taxation of bill costs received, whereby the Department of Health got a saving of 6.8 million. And they also assisted the department in dismissing an action where it saved 6 million, and they obtained an absolution for the instance of judgment, resulting in a further 14.2 million. And during the course of the contract as well, they have settled 3 matters by way of a hybrid settlement of saving 33 million. And also they have further 5 matters during which they resulted in a saving of 63.8 million. And also it will assist to add that they are also working on a matter where they are looking at public health defense, which is also going to assist in reducing liability contingent, in that they would have to be able to have some discussion with the claimants, in that they would have to use the public service departments for them to be able to get treatment, rather than, so that being the case, then the amount of money which relates to further medical costs will then be carried by the department, whereby they would be going to the centers of excellence in the department. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
No, Honorable Chair, I'm not getting a clear answer, because the question was clear. I'm hearing her talking about another 14 cases. I was strictly talking about the 7 cases that were reported to us, to say how many the department win, how many they lost. If is there any money that they managed to recover if they did win some of the cases? That was simple as that, to check on that one. But Chair, I want to make a proposal, because the
Sorry, Honourable Madloba, can I help you? Just to focus your mind, my colleague at the end there. The department reported 7 cases on legal representation in the 2024 and 2025 year, with huge amounts due to various reasons such as medical, legal, civil and labour matters, as alluded to on page 24 of the department's response. So if you look at page 24 of the department's response, that's what Honourable Matlopa is talking about, not other 14 things. And so the question is, if you can just tell us, answer the question, of the 7 cases on page 24, how many did we win, how many did we lose, and how much money we were able to recover out of those 7 cases? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. It's the number of firms that were employed to assist the department with legal matters. There were 7 of them that were reporting on here, of which Unotin Rose, Masibugo, Matonsela, Mkwakwa, Mloi, PKX, and Sigalala were the attorneys that were assisting the department.
Do you see, sister, my sister, you're not giving us an answer. You're telling us who the lawyers were. How many did you win? How many did you lose?
In this particular case, Chair, we are talking about, it's not 7 cases. There are more than 7 cases, because each and every firm would have had a number of cases. Hence, I was talking about the cases which are referring to Unotin Rose, the number of cases.
Can we cut to the quick? Because I'm really trying to help Honourable Matloba. In the last year, how many cases have you won? How many cases have you lost in court? Can you tell us that?
I don't have a direct number.
Chair, maybe
Chair, I'll come back. Okay.
Chair, maybe we can assist them. If they don't have it at hand, they must give us a report in writing, because we are talking about the report for 2024-25 financial year, to say that there were 7 cases. But now, if they are saying that it's not more, it's more than that, so it's the other report that is not in front of us. So we're specifically on that one. Maybe you can excuse them, Chair, by saying that they must do it in writing, HOD.
Because I will excuse them, but I just want to make this statement. I'll come back to you now, Honourable. You know, I've got many hats that I wear as a politician. One of them is the chair of discipline for the DA in KZN. If my chairperson phones me now and says, how many cases have we got going at the moment? How many did you, if I can't give him the figure right now, I can say, hang on a second, and within a minute I can find him a laptop and tell him. If you, and this is something that I'm seeing onto all the officials, you are supposed to be experts in your field. But when you get asked a question, you flounder. This sort of information should be at your fingertips. And I think that's a systemic problem. Honourable Matlopa, back to you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we will get it in writing because we don't want them to give us wrong answers. Remember that we are under oath. You know, when you give the response, you must do it as your HOD is doing. Because she's exemplary in regard to responding to questions. Chair, I want to make a proposal. The HOD indicated that there are 10 internal officials that are being investigated in regard to the wrongdoings in the department. Because they haven't finalized, maybe we must understand whether there is a time frame to finalize those matters. And secondly, we will request Honourable Chair that when they finalize the matter, we must get the list of those officials like the other ones that are coming from other departments for us here as a Scopa to look at them going forward. Chair, maybe let me pause there to allow other honourable members after I have got a response from the HOD regarding those officials that are investigated. 10, I think there are 10.
Thank you, HOD. Can you give us a time frame and give us a list?
Thank you very much, Honourable, and thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll allow Tembeka just to indicate where the cases are at the moment in terms of investigation, which would then inform us to say how far then, so that we can then give a time frame.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honourable members. We have reported on the number of cases on the report, where we spoke of 84 cases that happened up from April 2023 to 2025. The 10 cases that HOD was alluding to were the 10 cases that have just since been reported to Departmental Investigation Services that deal with conflict of interest. The turnaround time for the reporting of those cases would be 3 months, in that they're all on examination stage, and we hope that by the end of the financial year we would have been able to finalize those cases and be able to report on them. They all refer to conflict of interest, but the others that are referring to other matters have been highlighted on page 16 of the document.
Honourable Matlopa, can we
lastly, Chair,
make it a resolution?
I want to check whether after the HOD, all the officials that are before us does have a performance contract.
Yes, Honourable. They have performance contract. The only performance contract that we were still going to finalize, because we got a secondment from Office of the Premier Estate of Ms. Mbata, the HR manager, because I allowed her just to familiarize herself with the environment before, but the rest of the managers all have signed performance agreements. No, we don't get bonus in Department of Health. We have not even received our pay progression as senior management. We denied ourselves the pay progression because there was no money where we could buy ourselves pay progression when all other staff in the department receive pay progression. So there are no bonuses. Even as I'm leaving the department, I've never received a bonus.
Okay, right. We've got two remaining members and then myself. We must be mindful of time. It's now 6 minutes past 2, so we're over our allocated time, but let's try and wind this up. Honourable Mbata, are you still there?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Who was next?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Honourable Majopa. Honourable Dex wants to see me again. Pulling your leg, Chairperson. Chairperson, I firstly, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Chairperson? Oh, okay, thank you. So before I continue, or before I ask my questions, I just want to ask the HOD. I will ask this first question to the HOD, then I'll have something to say, then I'll ask two questions, then I'm done. But the first one to the HOD. HOD, according to your understanding, not your textbook understanding, but your understanding as an HOD or acting HOD, what does it mean to be a leader? If you can answer that question, then I'll continue. Or what is a leader, rather?
My understanding of a leader is someone who leads a shared vision amongst the team and ensures that the team in any organization delivers on its strategy by providing support, guidance to the team that that person is leading, and continuously communicating the vision of the organization. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Chairperson. Thanks a lot, HOD, for your answer. I am asking this question because before we can even talk about the regular irregular expenditure, wasteful and stuff, I just wanna, Chairperson, through you, I just want to note this, and this is the second time this incident is happening. Every time when we are with the Department of Health. The CFO, I'll put it as it is. The CFO does not respect the Scopa committee. Last time when we were with the DOH, he gave us the same attitude that he's giving us today. He's just a chairperson. I didn't want to deal with this matter while we're asking him these questions. But he has an attitude towards, I don't know whether towards Scopa or towards people in general, but I will plead with the HOD to speak with the CFO to tone down. That's my plea, so that next time when we come back, we won't be asking the CFO questions and he answers the way he wants. This is Scopa. He's here to account. There are questions that we'll ask and he must answer them. And must answer them simply. Not to say I'll go and check and whatnot, because he knows what is happening. But thanks, Chairperson. Another thing that I wanted to say is that at some stage, Chair, I work in the Department of Health. And the MEC, as I was working with her, one thing that she wanted to do was to make sure that that department is in order. That department knows its story. Now, we can talk about the budget cut and whatnot. Now, my point to you, Chairperson, is that, sometimes political heads of department they get failed by the leadership they keep in that particular department. And you can tell that you have a CFO who doesn't want to answer questions straight. And tomorrow, when you go out to the public platform, the noise will be the MEC for health does not do his job properly. She does not do her job properly. But it's because of the leadership. Hence, I asked the HOD, in his understanding, what is leadership? What is a lead? Well, he explained what is a leader. I'm not going to dispute that and stuff, but I take it as an answer. But going forward, the CFO must tone down. Now, then this is the question I wanted to ask. Given HOD, the severity of the audit findings and fiscal risk, will you commit to quarterly report before Scopa to demonstrate measurable progress in financial recovery and governance reform? That's the first question. The second question, it's about what Comrade, Honorable Mongwane was talking about, the issue of internal audit and control. You know, and Honorable Makubane came in and said something to that effect. I'm not going to dwell on that one, but I'll say HOD, in order for people that are out there to have confidence in this government that we are in, as an acting HOD, the issue is not about the budget cut. The issue is about leadership. People who are in leadership positions who don't do their work properly. And as a result, that affects the entire department. There are a lot of issues that I can ask you about, HOD, but I won't, because I can ask you about the EMS and about so many things, but the answer that I will get, it won't satisfy me, because I know that next day when you come back with your team, we'll still be speaking about the same problem that we spoke about last year, this year. So the problem, it's the leadership. HOD, please sort out your leadership. Sort out your leadership so that whatever that you have, you can imagine that I have a son and I give my son 20 rands to use for my household. And then my son used above. Now there are things that he was not supposed to do that is doing them, and we end up not now having a problem of 20 rands. Now our problem is 40 rands because he did not apply the leadership attitude in everything that he is doing. So that is my plea. I've asked the question, Chairperson, but my plea is that HOD, when he goes back, he must make sure, when she goes back, she must make sure that what the policies of the department, well, I was shocked that the committee is not sitting, but the policies of the department are well implemented so that when the AG comes back, he'll come to us and say the department has improved. The department has not improved to date. But let's agree, because one of our responsibilities, yes, the issue of accountability and stuff, but one of the responsibilities that we have is to make sure that this department, when it comes back next year, it comes back with proper ways of making sure that this department becomes the best. Let's put aside the budget cut. It always be a problem because the country that we are in, we are having serious issues. But with what we have, let's try and maintain it properly. How do you then maintain it properly? You have a good leadership with you who will now and then report to you, HOD, to say, well, these are the findings of the AG. This is the improvement that we have. They must report to you so that when you come back, with the AG will be like, oh, well, the department has done well this financial year. These are the results. Not to come back next year and talk about the same thing. But if you can just answer that question, HOD, probably I'll come back after you've answered. Thank you.
Okay, HOD, answer that as concisely as you can. And then, Honourable Mbasa, can we just wind up with your next question after that, please? Thank you. Right, go, Honourable HOD.
Thank you very much, Honourable. The comments and inputs are noted around leadership, and I think in our audit recovery plan, that is one of the areas that we said are going to be our focus in terms of strengthening leadership capability, good work ethics and professionalism. So it's all those things that we are noting and will be actually working on, including ensuring that managers are accountable for what they have committed to in their performance agreement. So I'm just going to just say that we take note of those issues. Issue of leadership capability and professionalism is part of the plan that we want to implement as a turnaround strategy. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, for the sake of time, I won't continue with other questions, but I am happy with the answer from the HOD. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mbasa. Okay, sorry, Honourable Keys. I skipped over you. I do apologise.
No problem, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members, HOD, AG, and your senior managers. I'll be wasting time. HOD, well, one has known you for years. If I'm not mistaken, over 20 years in the health sector, working on the ground, making sure that the services are delivered over the years. But what we're seeing here today, clearly, you need to go back with your team and make your team talk better, give us hope, and work better. At the present moment, I can safely say through you, Chair, you think you have a team, you still need to build a team. The reason why we have a crisis in the public hospitals, clinics, this is the result. Here in front of us today. The entire people of KwaZulu-Natal, this is the main reason why you will have the MEC, of course, being attacked. Now I can see today clearly, this is the main cause. Where clearly you have a CFO who does not understand the roles and responsibilities and when to take action. Your internal controls is a mess. And how do you lead the critical department of the people of KwaZulu? Millions of people. Millions of people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Keys. I think that was more of a statement. That's okay. All right, so let's go now to Honourable Kika. We've been waiting very patiently. Thank you, Honourable Kika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, greetings to everyone. I will have another bite at this when we find a slot to engage with the department. So there'll be some comments and they can be noted down in terms of response to whatever the HOD and her team, acting HOD and her team would like to respond to. So here today it will be around the presentations that have been made, rather than the issues that we would want to interrogate more in depth, particularly pertaining to the management report that I'm trying to get from the Office of the AG. We are going to be sending them a formal request for it, because in their presentations to us, there were many questions and queries that we had raised of a particular management query, some of which was raised throughout the day today. But we will interrogate that, and therefore, as part of that accountability ecosystem, we need to get that information. The Honorable Magubane did touch on the importance of the portfolio committee, and we'll leave that for there. What I think is heartening to begin with is that the acting HOD mentioned progress with regards to the movement with the appointment of the CIO. In the Auditor General's findings and the report that they presented to us earlier today, it formed a significant part of some of the findings that arose. Important for Scopa to note, because those are things that have contributed towards the regressed audit outcome. So somebody in your team said earlier that the department regressed a bit. And those were the exact words, regressed a bit. And if one has to look at the report, I think that is the understatement of the day, that it regressed a bit. Because it didn't just regress a bit. It was actually mild, because the regression and the audit outcome was based only on 2 programs other than the other things that were assessed in the department. What would shudder to imagine if the other programs were to be assessed, what would emerge? It would be like opening the drawer at night full of cockroaches, the analogy that comes to mind. It speaks to internal controls being broken. That's the bottom line. It's been mentioned severally. And it speaks about a lot of talk and no action, because it speaks about the commitments made on paper, the commitments made in this house, the commitment made before Scopa by everyone. The executive authority is not here, by the other HODs that have come and gone, and today by yourself. And then again, when we come back here, we have empty assurances of reform, but reform is actually not there, it's not present, it's actually stagnated. So that is a bit worrying. A regression in audit outcomes is no small matter, and therefore to say it was just a slight regression is something that I must reject. It is contemptible, and it's not something that can be acceptable. In fact, if you look at that, I'm waiting for that report, hopefully we'll get it. And I think, and I'm anticipating this, that management report will expose more of the disarray that is ongoing without any checks or balances, without any of that internal control being there, without any oversight, and with that oversight mechanisms within the department itself actually broken. So it's not all about the CFO requiring to do things on his own. It is about everyone sitting in that row, and more than that, who need to be held accountable, dragged over the coals, so to speak. So it is insufficient to speak of that. You were at pains, acting HOD, to explain your 31% of the equitable share that you receive. And you compared it to other provinces. In fact, if you add all the other money that you receive, it's closer to 35%, if not 35%. And that is how much you receive of the equitable share. And of course, we need to interrogate that not only here, but every other place as well. Because if you're going to base it on 31% and then blame that for your accruals and not your mechanisms to prevent the accruals, then that is actually disingenuous. So I can't accept the explanation here today of your accruals and the 31% that you linked or any time afterwards, because it has to speak to all of the other things. Because if you're going to wait for the adjustment budget and other processes to kick in to deal with your accruals, then it is like, playing the lotto, wishing for the best, or opening a lucky packet and wishing for the best. Just doesn't work. The warning signs are already and always visible. We've highlighted that. This Scopa has highlighted it to you. Portfolio committee raises it with you. And then this crisis that develops around these accruals is something that needs to be, is something that is already developing. They started the year with the deficiency, progressing throughout the year, developing even further, getting worse, that 1.3 somewhat billion in the adjustment budget or 1.6 that may be coming away, either way, whichever has been negotiated, is not going to solve that problem. And the crises of the shortages of medicines and all of that are arising again. Yet what you are compounding it with is saying that we're going to use that money for COE. We're going to employ so many more doctors. We're going to employ so many more people. Personnel are necessary, but it is not addressing the issues that are lying with those invoices and lying with those things that are not there. So I'm intending this particularly as criticism. So like the accruals, your trajectory of your audit findings in the next cycle are already visible. We already know what's coming if we look at what you've been saying all along today. They're going to be, in fact, even worse, not any better. The assurances you gave today are what they are worth on the Hansard if they are being recorded. They are not being translated into action. That's the problem. So again, internal controls have failed. There's increased unauthorized UIFW. We have asked you, and we're going to ask you again at the Portfolio Committee to report on those regularly. So again, these are reported, Chairperson. They're reported and reported and reported. But in reporting it, we see a trend and a trajectory of the UIFW that is not reversing. If it was reversing is one matter. So I'm just putting it to you that the evidence does not bear out what you're telling us. So to accept it here today would actually be doing injustice to Scopa and its members to say that we accept your explanation, because we can't. There was a lapse in monitoring with who does business with the department. This is quite frankly shocking. You know people are doing business with your department, officials from your department, doing business with your department, and you tell us you're going to do something about it in their cases, and we've heard that, okay, you've had somebody seconded to the department to start dealing with the internal backlogs. But the capacity is just not there to deal with these things. So how are you going to catch all these people, prevent them from doing it year in and year out, is of serious concern. And Scopa, I don't know how the chairperson will deal with this, but this is in particular a significant problem. The figures are there in the report for us to note. Your supply chain management, the biggest problem with it, it's what brings the findings here of the UIFW and everything else is still paper-based. Tell us that you're going to digitize these and the records and all of that year in and year out. There's no evidence of it, no movement of it. It is just a pie in the sky story. No, there is money, Honorable de Klerk, and the money is not available in the department, we know. But when we spoke about donor funding, when we told you that other people have done it, other provinces have done it with donor funding, I heard about in the corridors of the politics of the province how somebody is allergic to that kind of funding. It's just shocking. So to tell us that, and then it compounds with medical legal matters and all of that because of the digitized records. But the digitized records are not the only thing. In fact, the Auditor General just found that an increase in the medical legal claims against the department are not just because of the records. It's now on the increase because of medical negligence. So whilst clinical committees and all of that are beginning to take effect, as you have mentioned, the reality is that we don't pay attention to the supply processes. We are dealing with cases where people are maimed because you don't have implants to do surgical procedures, because medicine is not available to treat particular conditions. And that's what arises to the medical negligence itself, because patients claim against those things because you are unable to provide that. Why? Because you have accruals, and companies don't want to do business with you. Now, with regards to digitizing your invoices and how they are paid, and you went to Gauteng, I'd give you a tip. Have a look at the Department of Public Works in this province and how they are doing it. You won't have to go too far. Overall, the findings that we find today that have been discussed throughout the day give a picture of stagnation, not progress. Give a picture of stagnation and not progress. And the reason I say this is because it shows a dearth of ideas and direction. Because there is a repetition, and that repetition of the findings that keep coming here, where commitments are continuously made. And so it is red herring after red herring, bureaucracy at play, and empty promises, if that is how it needs to be summed up. It is unfortunate, but I think the department will come back here again, as other honorable members have said, with the same thing. Again, Chairperson, putting on another cap, we need to take part responsibility for that as the health portfolio, as part of that ecosystem of accountability, where I think we need to put our foot down, and when you don't come and report to us, and when other things take priority over the accountability, and where we can't find slots, I think we need to look at that, Chairperson, and we give you our commitment with that cap on to say that in as much as I'm representing an honorable member as a substitute on your committee today, we will give you the commitment wearing the other cap, that mechanism will also increase in terms of the manner in which we do our work with regards to this department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kika. I think there was more of a statement and comments, and we thank you for those. Right, so members, I was going to run into a couple. What is the hand for? There wasn't a question there, I don't believe. Okay, then there's no need to comment. Thank you. Honourable Kika, I will say this. You're quite right. The Portfolio Committee on Health has more engagements with the department than we do. So we maybe see them 3 times a year, whereas you see them regularly. And so we really need, in fact, all the portfolio committees to step up. Okay, so I just want to get into a couple of questions. I'm not going to belabor the point, but one of the big issues here. Okay, so let me just preface this by asking you the following question. What does Section 38 of the Pfma say, HOD? What does it detail? Section 38 of the Pfma. Can you tell me? You should be able to.
I may not quote it as it is, but it says the accounting officer is responsible for ensuring...
Okay, so it details the general responsibilities.
Yes.
Okay, and Section 39?
The accounting officer shall ensure that the department does not incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
You're unfortunately off track. So Section 39 speaks about your responsibilities in terms of budgetary control, and Section 38 is your general responsibilities. So I just want to ask you then this. First of all, in preparation for this hearing, I asked for a file, the full register of UIFW. I still don't have it. Okay, I'm leaving that with you. I still don't have it. I'm not interested in why I don't have it. The bottom line is I should have had it. Because we want to look at, it wasn't only the register of that, but the request also was every single disciplinary matter in your department. And not nameless ones, you need to name people. Then my discretion, under my protection under the Powers and Privileges and Immunities Act, as to whether I name those people. But I would not like to name people because their matters are not completed. But the point is we wanted a full list. Now what we did receive is a full list from the SIU of matters that they've referred to your department. I've got about 40 matters that have been referred to your department by the SIU, and the SIU told us next week is that they've heard Dololo since then. Okay, so I'm going to be sending those to you. Cabo will be sending the list of those 40-odd cases, and I would like to make it a resolution of the committee that you respond back. So first thing is we want that UIFW register and the full list of disciplinary matters that you're dealing with and what you're doing about it. And then a full response to the list we'll send you that came from the SIU. And it's a very specific list. It's got the names of the people, where they work, what the charge was, everything's there. So you won't have to scratch around, it's all there. Now, let's get into something specific, because I want to test you. Right, are you familiar with the AG's report for today? I'm sure the AG has met with you and shared the report.
Yes, Honourable Chair.
Okay, all right, so on slide 11 of that report, it's relates to risk, weaknesses in procurement and contract management. Okay? The first category, uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, amounts to 281 million rand. It's 27 instances of uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. Can you tell me what you've done about that? How many disciplinary matters are on the go at the moment? There are 27 instances.
Honourable Chair, we have not started the disciplinary process because we were still doing the assessments in order to determine along the value chain process who did not do what they were supposed to do.
Okay, I've given you all the info you need. Slide 11, the AGSA's report. No. Sorry? Okay, but you are aware, apparently you don't have this one. Cabo, can we send this to the department? Yes, we will send you this report. Okay, but apparently your report doesn't look like ours. So we will send you this report right down there, slide 11. The next major issue there, prohibited awards to other state officials, 102 million. 80 instances. 80 instances of prohibited awards to other state officials. Do you know anything about that?
No, I'm not aware. I'm only aware of those.
Did you not receive a report from the AG?
We did, but the one that I've actually acted on immediately was the ones that were to other officials doing government with other government departments.
This is all part of the test I'm doing with you right now.
Yes.
Okay, then the next one is irregular expenditure related to SCM, 2.3 million. What are you busy with that?
That is where we are implementing the special project to actually investigate who was responsible.
Okay. All right, and then there was limitations on audit of awards selected for testing, 80 million rand. 4 instances. That's really chunky. What are you doing about that?
Okay, maybe this one, CFO can respond to this one.
Okay. But I'm talking, no, in actual fact, I don't want to hear from the CFO. I'm talking to you. You're the accounting officer, because we're talking about section 38 and 39 now.
Okay, this is the whole project where we are looking into these limitations on how these were awarded and so on, and going through them transaction by transactions so that we can generate a report out of each and every one of those that to the value of 80 million, so that we can then take action.
All right. So you're familiar with all of these?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I want to remind you of something. I'm going to wind up now because it's been a long day. Would you agree if the Pfma is a piece of legislation in South Africa?
Pardon, Chair?
Would you agree that the Public Finance Management Act is a piece of legislation in our country?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree that it's part of our law? It's part of the law of the country, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree with the basic premise that if you break the law, you can be charged criminally for breaking the law? Do you agree with that?
Yes, Honourable.
Okay. So then I'd just like to remind you of this, and I'll leave it there. Because I'm going to ask you as a resolution, Kabo's going to record a resolution, that you report back on all of those on that slide 11 once we send this report. And first of all, this overspending of budget, Section 39(2)(a), and I think our legal advisor who's assisted me in highlighting these issues. I must give credit where it's due. An accounting officer for the purposes of subsection 1 must take effective and appropriate steps to prevent any overspending of the vote of the department main division within the vote. So you can't come here and say, oh, we just overspent. It's against the law. You can go to jail for that. Okay? Then, Section 38, subsection H. This is the general responsibilities of the accounting officer. Must take effective and appropriate disciplinary action against any official in the department, trading entity, or constitutional institution who makes or permits an unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So if you don't take action against these people, you're going to be in the firing line. Do you understand that?
Yes, Honourable.
The buck literally will stop with you. And you seem like a competent, really nice person. I'd hate to see that. But you've got to realize that when you're accounting officer. So people down the line mess you around, and the hawks come, they're coming for you. No one else. If the MEC messes up, they're coming for you. Understand that. I don't want anybody, I want this department to do really well. But please understand what's at stake here. I would like to see a full, comprehensive report on all your disciplinary action measures by the time we meet on the 31st of, by the cutoff date we can give you, which is 31 January 2026. That is the norm. I'm sure you're aware of that. And if I and the committee are not convinced that you're doing something about this, please understand that we're well within our rights to walk just the other side of that building to what was Loop Street, I don't know what it's called now, but to that police station and go and lay a charge against you. Please understand how serious that is. Okay, it's not the first, it would not be the first time it's happened that a chair of Scopa has actually gone to the police station and laid a charge. Because sometimes you wonder what else can you do to make people take you seriously. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. I don't require a response, but that is pretty much the business of the day. And I reiterate, I want this department to do well, not only because so many people depend on you, because I want you as professionals to excel. Okay, thank you for being here today. It's been a long session. I invite you to lunch, please. If you don't take lunch, it will be fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So please, everybody in the chamber is invited to lunch. AGSA, thank you very much for being with us. I know you must sit there thinking, what on earth are we doing here for these long sessions? But it's so reassuring to know that you're in the room if we ever need something important. So thank you very much. Thank you everybody, to the members. Appreciate that. Very good questions. The team is dwindling, but thanks a lot. And to Kirsch and to, you see your questions were used today. I picked that up. Thank you, Mobile. Thank you. Well done. And thanks to everybody else. Thanks everybody. Thanks to Kabo. Thanks everybody. The meeting is adjourned.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mbata.
You must also thank me on the virtual platform. What's wrong with you?
Yes, thank you to the The honourable sportsperson. Today was a good day. We gave education a free ride.